leading directly to the rear entrance lobby and out to the helipad area. Finally, if you are unable to leave the plenary hall, do not panic. Essential safety items, a hard hat, whistle, bottled water, and flashlight are readily available under your table for your immediate use. Thank you for your attention. Your safety is our shared responsibility.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, considering that copies of journals number 36 dated May 18 to 2026 were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading thereof and subsequently to approve the said journal.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The reading of the said journal is dispensed with, and journal number 36 dated May 18 to 2026 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we proceed with the additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 9347, an act establishing senior citizen residential care homes in every region of the Philippines, providing for their functions, funding, and for other purposes, by Representative Baronda.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 9349, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Residential Utility Consumers, by Representative Bocobo.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 9350, an act recognizing the right of patients to designate a healthcare agent through a healthcare proxy, promoting advanced care planning, and providing for supported healthcare decision-making in the healthcare system, by Representative Swansing Bella Vanessa.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill numbers 9351, 9354, and 9355, declaring certain roads in Cagayan de Oro City and Iligan City international roads, by Representative Regencia.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill numbers 9352, 9353, 9356, and 9357, converting certain roads in Iligan City into a national road and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Regencia.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 9359, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Waste Workers, by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 9361, an act amending RA 7876, otherwise known as the Senior Citizens Center Act of the Philippines, transferring the lead implementing agency from the DSWD to the National Commission of Senior Citizens, and for other purposes by Representative Ordanes.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 9362, an act granting free postgraduate education to public and private school teachers in state colleges and universities and local universities and colleges, and providing funds therefore by Representative Acop.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 9363, an act granting free tertiary agricultural education and other related courses to all dependent children of qualified indigent farmers, providing funds therefore and for other purposes by Representative Acop.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 9364, an act establishing the Anti-Stunting Action Plan Council in the Philippines, defining its powers and functions, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes by Representative Acop.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9365, an act establishing a forensic DNA database in the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes by Representative Acop.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 9366, converting the Northeastern Mindanao State University Marihatag Offsite Campus in Marihatag, Surigao del Sur to a regular campus of the Northeastern Mindanao State University to be known as Northeastern Mindanao State University Marihatag Campus by Representative Momo.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 9367, an act establishing a Philippine Strategic Petroleum Reserve System to ensure energy security and appropriating funds therefore by Representatives Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villaferte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Horibata, and Redon.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 9368, granting a franchise to the South Cotabato 1 Electric Cooperative Inc. to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to end users in the city of Coronadal and in the municipalities of Tampakan, Tantangan, Banga, Surala, and Norala in the province of South Cotabato by Representative Hernandez Ferdinand.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 9369, an act renewing for another 50 years the franchise granted to Philippine Airlines Inc. under PD 1590, entitled an act granting a new franchise to Philippine Airlines Inc. to establish, operate, and maintain air transport services in the Philippines and other countries, and for other purposes by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 9370, an act renewing for another 50 years the franchise granted to Cebu Air Inc., doing business under name and style of Cebu Pacific under RA 7151, entitled an act granting Cebu Air Inc. a franchise to establish, operate, and maintain transport services for the carriage of passengers, mail, goods, and property by air, both domestic and international, with Cebu as its base by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 9371, an act promoting the adoption of plug-in solar energy systems for self-consumption, establishing the safety and regulatory framework therefore, and exempting small-scale systems from permitting requirements by Representative Tanchay.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 9372, an act creating the province of the Bangsamoro Special Geographic Area in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, providing for its charter and for other purposes by Representatives Hernandez Ferdinand, Emano, Adyong, Balindong, Flores, and Arbison Munir Jr.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9373, institutionalizing National Arts Month every February, establishing the National Arts Exhibition Program, promoting Filipino arts and culture, and appropriating funds therefore by Representative Ko.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9374, an act strengthening and mandating the establishment of fisherfolk settlement areas, amending for the purpose Section 108 of RA 8550, otherwise known as the Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998 as amended by RA 10654 by Representative Ko.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 9375, an act prohibiting the hoarding, resale, or distribution of admission tickets through unauthorized channels at unconscionable prices, providing penalties therefore and for other purposes by Representative Ko.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 9376, granting the Leyte 5 Electric Cooperative Inc. a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Ormoc and municipalities of Albuera, Cananga, Matagob, Villaba, Palumpon, Tabango, San Isidro, Calubian, Leyte, Merida, and Isabel, province of Leyte, by Representatives De Gooc and De Jesus.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 9378, an act establishing the GovTech Philippines Corporation as a government-owned or controlled corporation, defining its powers and functions as the central digital engineering, product development, and service delivery authority of the government, enhancing the Philippine e-governance and for other purposes, by Representative Benitez Alfredo.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization and the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 9379, an act strengthening the establishment and operation of all public and private higher education institutions by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Zia Marie, Romualdez Andrew Julian, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 9380, an act establishing the Palawan Coral Reef and Mangrove Restoration Program, providing funds therefor and for other purposes by Representative Legazpi.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 9381, an act institutionalizing the DSWD Sustainable Livelihood Program by Representative Legazpi.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 9383, an act increasing the base exemption for personal income tax, amending for the purpose Section 24 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, and instituting automatic indexation based on the Consumer Price Index by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Resolutions, House Resolution 1037, resolution directing the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, jointly with other appropriate committees of the House of Representatives, to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation to the reported failure of the GSIS to enforce matured and delinquent credit instruments secured by real estate mortgages and other collateral, resulting in potential financial losses, asset impairment, and opportunity costs to the GSIS fund to the prejudice of government employees and the Filipino people by Representative De Maguila.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1040, resolution expressing profound sympathy and sincere condolences on the demise of Mommy Isabel Chaving Basit Luistro by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1041, resolution directing the appropriate committees of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the recurring power outages and the effectiveness of Republic Act No. 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001, after 25 years of implementation with the end in view of instituting urgent reforms to lower electricity rates, regulate pass-through charges, and ensure reliable and accountable power service by Representative Yap Arthur.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1044, resolution directing the Committee on Basic Education and Culture to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the status of SPED and the implementation of inclusive learning resource centers with the end view of addressing systemic gaps and strengthening inclusive education in the country by Representative De Lima.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report. Committee report number 336 submitted by the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 375.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we request to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Representative from the 1st District of Zambales, our Deputy Speaker, Representative Jefferson F. Konghun. They are the officials and members of the Philippine Outreach Center, Christian Academy from Subic, Zambales, Ms. Emerita Romero, Sir Aaron Perillo, Mr. Daniel Azuelo, Janine Azuelo, Mary Ann Agacoscos, Michael Cabrillas, Felicitas Ventura, Crystal Gale Pagirigan, Yolanda Agagon, Jeneline Losito, Adrian Daan, Mary Glenn Parangat, Teresa May Jimenez, Rosana Gaida, Hannah Eliza Miranda, Lira Mira Julian, Darlene Valdez, and Doris Ignacio.
To the guests of the Deputy Speaker Jefferson Konghun from the 1st District of Zambales, the 18 officials and members of Philippine Outreach Center Christian Academy from Subic, Zambales, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may I request that we acknowledge the guest of the Honorable Speaker, Faustino Boji G.D. III. They are members of the Philippine National Team for artistic gymnastics. They are Eliza Yulo, member of the team for the 2025 Southeast Asian Games and 2025 World Championship. Maxine Bondok, member of the Philippine team to the 2025 Junior Asian Championship, 2025 Junior World Championships, and 2026 Junior Asian Championship. Lilia Escoces, member of the Philippine team to the 2025 Senior Asian Championship and 2026 American Cup. Mati Aboboto, member of the Philippine team to the 2026 Senior Asian Championship. Yana Pasco, member of the Philippine team to the 2026 Junior Asian Championship. Shelo Esliza, member of the Philippine team to the 2025 Junior Asian Championships and 2026 Senior Asian Championships. And Erin Albano, developmental athlete for women's artistic gymnastics.
To the guests of Speaker Faustino Boji D. III, the Philippine National Team for Artistic Gymnastics, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend sessions for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to consider on third reading various local bills under the cluster of holidays. House Bill number 122, 494, 611, 671, 685, 688, 936, 982, 1049, 1069, 1076, 1278, 1414, 1540, 1695, 2224, 2658, 2939, 2953, 3273, 3572, 3717, 6433, 7030, and 9216, pursuant to the rules of the House. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to be directed to read the title of the bills and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary is directed to read the title of the aforementioned measures and to call for nominal voting.
House Bill number 122, an act declaring March 17 of every year as Homonhon Landing Day, a special non-working holiday in the province of Eastern Samar in commemoration of Ferdinand Magellan's landing in Homonhon. House Bill number 494, an act declaring October 5 of every year as Araw ng Del Gallego, a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Del Gallego, Camarines Sur. House Bill number 611, an act amending Republic Act number 10776, entitled An Act Declaring May 8 of every year as Hermosa Day and a special working holiday and no class day in schools in the municipality of Hermosa, province of Bataan. House Bill number 671, an act declaring January 23 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Tanay, province of Rizal. House Bill number 685, an act declaring March 8 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the province of Davao de Oro. House Bill number 688, an act declaring August 1 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the Municipality of Compostela, Province of Davao de Oro. House Bill number 936, an act declaring July 22 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of General Santos in commemoration of its Balaan Day celebration. House Bill number 982, an act declaring August 13 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Ilocos Norte to commemorate the birth date of master weaver and Ilocano icon Magdalena Gamayo, to be known as Magdalena Gamayo Day. House Bill number 1049, an act declaring March 7 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Tagum, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9193, entitled an act declaring March 7 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Tagum, province of Davao del Norte. House Bill number 1069, an act declaring December 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Mulong, province of Cagayan, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House Bill number 1076, an act declaring August 18 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Solana, province of Cagayan, in commemoration of its founding anniversary, to be known as Agaw Nak Solana. House Bill number 1278, an act declaring August 6 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Pilar, province of Sorsogon, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House Bill number 1414, an act declaring November 17 of every year as Araw ng Carmen, a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Carmen, Surigao del Sur. House Bill number 1540, an act declaring December 12 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the municipality of San Juan, Batangas. House Bill number 1695, an act declaring February 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Ibaan, province of Batangas, in celebration of its founding anniversary. House Bill number 2053, an act declaring June 16 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the city of Baybay, province of Leyte, in commemoration of its Charter Day. House Bill number 2224, an act declaring April 21 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Calamba, province of Laguna, in commemoration of its cityhood anniversary. House Bill number 2658, an act declaring December 13 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of General Trias, province of Cavite, to be known as the General Trias City Charter Day. House Bill number 2939, an act declaring June 16 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Iligan in commemoration of its Charter Day anniversary, to be known as Adlaw sa Iligan. House Bill number 2953, an act declaring July 27 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Bacong, province of Negros Oriental, to be known as Leon Kilat Day. House Bill 3273, an act declaring February 1 of every year special non-working holiday in the province of Camarines Norte, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 9090, entitled an act declaring February 1st of every year as Jose Maria C. Panganiban Day, and a special working public holiday in the province of Camarines Norte. House Bill number 3572, an act declaring June 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Yabong, province of Samar, in commemoration of its Charter Day anniversary. House Bill number 3717, an act declaring October 2 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Solano, province of Nueva Vizcaya, to be known as Solano Day. House Bill number 6433, an act declaring May 21 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Malabon in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House Bill number 7030, an act declaring May 14 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Tumawini, province of Isabela, in celebration of its patronal fiesta. House Bill 9216, an act declaring September 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Ilocos Norte in commemoration of the birth anniversary of former President Ferdinand Adrelin Marcos, to be known as President Ferdinand Adrelin Marcos Day. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 122, 494, 611, 671, 685, 688, 936, 982, 1049, 1069, 1076, 1278, 1414, 1540, 1695, 2053, 2224, 2658, 2939, 2953, 3273, 3572, 3717, 6433, 7030, and 9216. Abalos, Abante, Asidre, Ako, Acosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Agyao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir, Arbison Munir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Bangkoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskuk, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Monich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolilia, Bondok, Briones, Bulut Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Kawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Ceniza, Chan Jan Franz Norbert Joselito Almario, Chan Junard, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalao, Copilar, Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Juanco Mark, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Agatha, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Kua, Dagoo, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima, De Venecia, Defensor, De Gamo, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Macuja, Di Maguila, Di Maporo Imelda, Di Maporo City Amina, Diokno, Junicio, Domingo, Domogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, D. Faustino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago, Emano, Enverga, Erice, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Gomez, Gonzalez Alexandria, Gonzalez Eliza Micaela, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez Roy, Goriseta, Gico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Cherisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Ko, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Monique Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legacion, Legarda, Legaspi, Leviste, Libanan, Lopez, Gloria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadatu, Manikis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Waminal Henry, Juan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Po, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Talyado, Tan Amon, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chai, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John G. Snell, Yatko, Inares, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bills number 122, 494, 611, 671, 685, 688, 936, 982, 1049, 1069, 1076, 1278, 1414, 1540, 1695, 2053, 2224, 2658, 2939, 2953, 3273, 3572, 3717, 6433, 7030, and 9216. Abante, Advincula, Agarao, Alano, Almario Chino Miguel, Alvarez Mercedes, Amatong, Ang, Arenas, Aumentado, Barbers, Baskug, Bautista Johan Monich, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Biron, Chan Jan Franz Norbert Joselito Almario, Chuatay, Ko, Corvera, Kuwa, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Gamo, De Los Santos, Dimaporo City Amina, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago, Ferrer Jeffrey, Garcia Albert, Goriseta, Gulias, Hernandez Cherise Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagman, Ledesma, Ledesma, Macapagal Arroyo, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Marquez, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Nazal, Ongchuan, Padiernos, Pascual, Plaza, Primicia sa Gabas, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rex Salceda, Sally, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Shimura, Solon, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Watco, Teves, Tino, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, T, Ungab, Oy De Carlo, Oy Roberto, Veloso Tuazon, Villa, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen.
with 223 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill numbers 611, 671, 685, 688, 936, 982, 1049, 1069, 1076, 1278, 1414, 1540, 1695, 2053, 2224, 2658, 2939, 2953, 3273, 3572, 3717, 6433, and 7030 are hereby approved on third and final reading. With 218 members voting in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, and 2 abstentions, House Bill 9216 is hereby approved on third and final reading. With 224 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill numbers 122 and 494 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before we proceed, may I request that we acknowledge the guest of the Honorable Florabel Siyatko of Nanay Party List. They are the barangay captains from the municipality of Arayat, province of Pampanga, namely Jerry B. Guese, Froilan M. Soriano, Alfredo S. Taboso III, Julito V. Trinidad, Hiherson C. Tino, Gloria P. Buan, Andres G. De Ala, Richard P. Luriz, Alfredo M. Zonza, Elvis P. Calma, Ferdinand B. Castro, Jaime K. Gatchalian, Rizal V. Lumbang, Joseph C. Sison, Gerson C. Samson, Chody A. Tuazon, and Emiliana Q. Tamura.
To the guests of the Honorable Yatko from Party List Nanay, please rise to be acknowledged. Welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may I also request that we acknowledge the guest of the Honorable Laila M. De Lima of Mamamayan Liberal Party List. They are from Oceana, Von Hernandez, Attorney Maria Nica Andrea Oquillas, May Chato, Jositita Sierra, Christine Dar Cicada, Shara Zombrano, and from the National Anti-Poverty Commission and Pambansang Katipunan ng mga samahan sa kanayunan, Restituto del Rosario and Rodolfo Rondon.
To the various fisher folk organizations and groups, Oceana, the National Anti-Poverty Commission and Pambansang Katipunan ng mga samahan sa kanayunan, the guest of the Senior Deputy Minority Leader, our former Secretary of Justice, Honorable Laila De Lima, maraming salamat sa inyong pagdalo. Kami ay inspirado sa inyong presensya. Maraming salamat and welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may I request that we acknowledge the guest of the Honorable Attorney Lordan G. Suwan. They are from the right to know, Joy Chavez, Malu Mangahas, Nadine Agustin, Patrick Akupan, Jillian Roque, Annie Enriquez Heron, Marcelino Decena, Timothy Salomon, AJ Montesa, Eunice Tanilon, and Danny Nepomuceno. And from the Presidential Communications Office, FOI Program Management Office, Attorney Danica Orculio, Krisha KZ Avehar, Attorney Kate Nerpillo, Ms. Jaya Ilustrisimo, and Ms. Cristina Laurio.
To the guests of the Honorable Lordan Suwan, the Right to Know Right Now Coalition, headed by our co-convener, Attorney Nepomuceno Malaluan, please rise to be acknowledged. Joy Chavez, our co-convener, Malu Mangahas, our co-convener, and the representatives from the Action for Economic Reforms, FOI Youth Initiative, PS Link, and the other NGOs, Makati Business Club and the People's Budget Coalition, together with Marcelino De Sena, and of course, the officials from the Presidential Communications Office. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagdalo. Napaka-importante at napakahalaga ng ambag nyo sa sambayanang Pilipino. Welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Reneco for her manifestation.
The Honorable Reneco of Party List Kabataan is hereby recognized.
Madam Speaker, just on the bills that was recently announced, House Bill 9216, this representation would like to manifest that they vote no, and we would like to submit a written explanation of our vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The manifestation of the Honorable Reneco is hereby noted. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move now that we recognize Representative Ilago for her manifestation.
The Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago of Party List Gabriela is hereby recognized.
Madam Speaker, likewise, this representation from Gabriela Women's Party would like to signify our intent to submit an explanation of the vote no to House Bill number 9216. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The manifestation of the Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago is hereby noted. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider on third reading various local bills under the cluster of electric cooperatives, particularly House Bill number 9002, 9003, House Bill number 9004, House Bill 9005, and pursuant to our rules of the House. And for this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General to read the titles of the bill and thereafter call for
Secretary
the roll
General is
nominal
hereby
vote.
directed to read the titles of House Bill 9002, 9003, 9004, and 9005, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9002, an act granting a legislative franchise to Camarines Sur 2 Electric Cooperative Inc., Casureco 2, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Naga and municipalities of Bombon, Calabanga, Canaman, Magarao, Milaor, Manabalak, Pili, Siruma, and Tinambak, province of Camarines Sur. House Bill number 9003, an act granting a legislative franchise to Camarines Norte Electric Cooperative Inc., Canureco, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in all municipalities in the province of Camarines Norte. House Bill number 9004, an act granting a legislative franchise to Pangasinan 1 Electric Cooperative Inc., Panelco 1, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Alaminos and municipalities of Agno, Anda, Bani, Bolinao, Burgos, Dasol, Infanta, and Mabini, province of Pangasinan. House Bill number 9005, an act granting a legislative franchise to Camarines Sur 1 Electric Cooperative Inc., Casureco 1, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipalities of Libmanan, Cabusao, Sipoco, Tragay, Lupi, Pamplona, Pasacao, San Fernando, Gainza, and Camarigan, province of Camarines Sur. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 9002, 9003, 9004, and 9005. Abalos, Sabante, Asidre, Aco, Pacosta, Adyong, Advincola, Agarao, Agyao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Bangkoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Baskug, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Munich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolivia, Bondok, Briones, Bullet Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Senisa, Chan Jan Franz Norbert Osilito Almario, Chan Junard, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalao, Co Pilar, Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Juanco Mark, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Agatha, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Cua, Dagook, Dalog, De Yanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes to all these House bills granting legislative franchises to electric cooperatives, but I wish to have a consolidated explanation of yes votes on 3 of these bills later, after the reading of the names. Thank you.
The manifestation duly noted. Please proceed with the voting.
De Venecia, Defensor, De Gamo, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Macuja, Di Maguila, Di Maporo Imelda, Di Maporo City Amina, Diokno, Junicio, Domingo, Domogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Elago, Emano, Enverga, Erice, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Go, Gomez, Gonzales Alexandria, Gonzales Eliza Micaela, Gonzales Christopher Sheen, Gonzales Roy, Gorizeta, Gico, Gintu, Golias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Charis Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Ko, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Monique Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legacion, Legarda, Legaspi, Leviste, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadatu, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montez, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Waminal Henry, Waminal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Po, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Miham, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Taliado, Tan Amon, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tufo Jocelyn, Tufo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Ungab, Uy de Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnam, Yatko, Inares, Hugh Jazel Victoria, Hugh Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri.
Madam Speaker, may I be recognized?
Well, after the second call for nominal voting.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary General, please proceed with the second round of voting.
Second call of members in consideration of House Bill numbers 9002, 9003, 9004, and 9005. Abante, Advincola, Agarao, Alano, Almario Chino Miguel, Alvarez Mercedes, Amatong, Arenas, Aumentado, Barbers, Bascug, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Liron, Chan Jan Franz Norberto Silito Almario, Corvera, Kua, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Tegamo, De Los Santos, Dimoporo City Amina, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago, Ferrer Jeffrey, Garcia Albert, Go, Gulias, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Oribata, Iway, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagman, Ledesma, Magudadatu, Marcoleta, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Nazal, Ongchuan, Padiernos, Pascual, Plaza, Primicia Sagabas, Puno, Kimbo, Recto, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Salceda, Sally, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Shimura, Solon, Swansing Vela Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Teves, Tino, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, T, Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Veloso Tuazon, Villa, Villanueva, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 226 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 2 abstentions, House Bill numbers 9002, 9003, 9004, and 9005 are hereby approved on third and final reading. The Honorable Laila de Lima is hereby recognized to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a consolidated explanation of yes votes to House Bills numbers 9002, 9003, and 9005, Madam Speaker. These three bills granted legislative franchises to three essential electric cooperatives that are the lifeblood of some areas in the Bicol region. Camarines Sur 2 Electric Cooperative or Casureco 2, Camarines Norte Electric Cooperative Canoreco, and Camarines Sur 1 Electric Cooperative Casureco 1, respectively. So these are House Bills numbers 9002, 9003, and 9005, respectively. Electricity is far more than a utility service. It is the spark that ignites possibility, the current that powers dreams. As a Bicolana born and raised in this region, I have witnessed firsthand how reliable electricity transforms lives. Sa ating mga liblib na komunidad at lumalaking barangay, ang kuryente ay hindi lamang kaginhawahan. It is a catalyst for economic growth, improved quality of life, and boundless opportunity. I recognize with absolute certainty or clarity that accessible, dependable power service is the essential bedrock upon which all genuine progress is built. Each of these three electric cooperatives achieved milestones in barangay electrification within their respective service areas. Moreover, these cooperatives received AAA classifications from the National Electrification Administration, or NEA, a distinction that stands as a beacon of their unwavering commitment to quality, reliability, and effective stewardship of public trust. By approving these measures, we do far more than affirm our support. We boldly declare our faith in institutions that have proven their capacity and unwavering commitment to serve our people with resolve and dedication. More crucially, we reaffirm a sacred pledge that no Bicolano community, from our most vibrant urban centers to our most remote municipalities, will ever be abandoned in the journey toward lasting development, shared prosperity, and genuine progress. Umaasa po tayo na isa pang electric cooperative sa Camarines Sur, ang renewal ng prangkisa ng Casureco 3, covering the city of Iriga and the municipalities of Baao, Balatan, Bato, Bula, Buhi, and Nabwa, ay isusunod na isasalang sa plenaryong ito. Patuloy tayo magsusumikap upang siguruhin ang bawat sulok ng ating rehiyon ay may access na mapagkakatiwalaang serbisyo ng kuryente. For these reasons and in recognition of the importance of sustained and dependable electrification for our people and our region, I decisively cast my yes vote in favor of House Bills numbers 9002, 9003, and 9005. Maraming salamat po.
The explanation of vote of the Honorable Laila de Lima is hereby noted. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9214. And for this purpose, may I request that Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll call for nominal voting.
An objection, hearing none, the Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 9214 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9214, an act renaming the Dr. Jose N. Rodriguez Memorial Hospital in the city of Caloocan, Metro Manila to Dr. Jose N. Rodriguez Medical Center and Sanitarium, repealing for the purpose Batas Pambansa Bilang 94. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9214. Abalos, Sabante, Asidre, Acop, Acosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Astitio, Ataide, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Bangkoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Monich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bocobo, Boliria, Bondok, Briones, Bulot Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Kawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Siniza, Chan Jan Franz Norbert Joselito Almario, Chan Junior, Chuwat, Chuatay, Chungalao, Copilar, Cojuanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco Mark, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Agatha, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Cuwa, Dagook, Dalog, De Young Hiram, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima, De Venecia, Defensor, Tegamo, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Macuja, Di Maguila, Di Maporo si Imelda, Di Maporo City Amina, Diokno, Junicio, Domingo, Dumogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paolo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Elago, Emano, Enverga, Erice, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Go, Gomez, Gonzalez Alexandria, Gonzalez Eliza Micaela, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez Roy, Goriseta, Kiko, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Charis Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Eliza, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Ko, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Monique Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legacion, Legarda, Legaspi, Leviste, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadatu, Maniquis, Marñon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Juaminal Henry, Juaminal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Pananigan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Primicia Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Siena Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shemura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Taliado, Tan Eamon, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chai, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Ungam, Uy Decardo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yam Suwan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John G. Snell, Yatko, Inares, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9214. Abante, Advincula, Agarao, Alano, Almario, Chino Miguel, Alvarez, Mercedes, Amatong, Arenas, Aumentado, Barbers, Bascug, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Viron, Chan, Jan, Franz, Dorbe, Tosilito Almario, Corvera, Cuwa, De Yanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Gamo, De Los Santos, Dimaporo City Amina, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ferrer Jeffrey, Garcia Albert, Go Gulias, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Soribata, Iway, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Ledesma, Magundadatu, Marcoleta, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Nazal, Longchuan, Padiernos, Pascual, Plaza, Primicia Sagabas, Puno, Kimbo, Rector, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Salceda, Sally, Santos Maria Elena Samantha, Shimura, Solon, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swanting, Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Teves, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, T. Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Veloso Tuazon, Villa, Villanueva, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 229 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 9214 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Madam Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
What's the parliamentary inquiry of the Honorable Pino?
Madam Speaker, may I know may I ask if this is in relation to Republic Act, to House Bill 9216. This is an act declaring September 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Ilocos Norte in commemoration of the birth anniversary of former President Ferdinand Edralin Marcos, to be known as President Ferdinand Edralin Marcos Day. May I ask if my vote was recorded as a yes vote?
Per the Secretary General, your vote was not recorded as a yes vote.
Thank you for that clarification, Madam Speaker. For the record, my vote is a no, and I am happy that that clarification was made. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Duly noted, Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on third reading on House Bill number 8392, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General, any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 8392 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8392, an act declaring National Election Day as a regular non-working holiday, amending for the purpose Section 26, Chapter 7, Book 1 of Executive Order number 292, otherwise known as the Administrative Code of 1987. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8392. Abalos, Sabante, Asidre, Acop, Acosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Bangkoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Munich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernus Ching, Bernus JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolivia, Bondok, Briones, Bulot Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Kawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Ceniza, Chan, Jan Franz Norberto Silito Almario, Chan Junard, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalao, Copilar, Cojuanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco Mark, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Agata, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Cua, Dagook, Dalog, Leanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima, De Venecia, Defensor, De Gamo, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Macuja, Di Maguila, Di Maporo Imelda, Di Maporo City Amina, Diokno, Dionisio, Domingo, Dumogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paolo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Elago, Emano, Enverga, Erice, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Gomez, Gonzalez, Alexandria, Gonzalez, Eliza Micaela, Gonzalez, Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez, Roy, Goriseta, Gico, Gintu, Golias, Gutierrez, Hernandez, Charis Ann, Hernandez, Dennis, Hernandez, Ferdinand, Hernandez, Ramil, Hofer Rasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Co Antonio, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Co, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Munique Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legacion, Legarda, Legaspi, Leviste, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Makasayat, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadatu, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Waminal Henry, Waminal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Ong Chuan, Ordenes, Oreta, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sienda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suman, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Talyado, Tan Eamon, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tiño, Tolentino, Tuan, Tufo Jocelyn, Tufo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisna, Yatko, Inares, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8392. Abante, Advincula, Agarao, Alano, Almario, Chino, Miguel, Alvarez, Mercedes, Amatong, Arenas, Aumentado, Barbers, Bascug, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Biron Chan, John Franz, Norberto Silito, Almario, Corvera, Cuwa, De Yanghirang, Daza de Jesus, De Venecia, Digamo, De Los Santos, Dimaporo City, Amina, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ferrer Jeffrey, Garcia Albert, Go, Gulias, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Oribata, EY, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Nazal, Longchuan, Padiernos, Pascual, Plaza, Primicia Sagabas, Puno, Kimbo, Rector, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Salceda, Sally, Santos, Maria Alana, Samantha, Shimura, Solon, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Teves, Tanitino, Tupas, Tutor, T. Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Veloso Tuazon, Villa, Villanueva, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 233 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 8392 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on third reading on House Bill number 8702. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
An objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 8702 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8702, an act increasing the compulsory retirement age for uniformed personnel of the Philippine National Police from 56 years old to 57 years old, amending for the purpose Section 39 of Republic Act number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990 as amended. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 8702. Abalos, Abante, Asidre, Acop, Acosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Agyao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Manir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Bangcoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascub, Bautista Claudia, Bautista Johan Monich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Beron, Bocobo, Bolilla, Bondok, Briones, Bulut Begtang, Cagas Calderon, Calixto Cawagdan, Cari, Castro, Paiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Siniza, Chan, Jan, Franz, Norbert, Joselito, Almario, Chan, Junard, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalaw, Ko Pilar, Coangco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coangco Mark, Poliantes, Corvera, Cruz Agatha, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Cua, Dagook, Dalog de Hirang, Daza de Jesus de Lima de Venecia Defensor, de Gama del Mar de los Santos de Macua, de Maguila, de Maporo Emelda, de Maporo City Amina, Yokna Janicia, Domingo, Dumogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul Elago, Emano Enverga, Erisa Escudero, Espares Espina, Estrella Ferrer, Antonio Ferrer, Jeffrey, Flores Fortes, Frasco Fresnedi, Fentebella Galang, Galeos Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Go, Gomez, Gonzalez, Alexandria, Gonzalez, Eliza Micaela, Gonzalez, Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez, Roy, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gules, Gutierrez, Hernandez, Charis, Ann, Hernandez, Dennis, Hernandez, Ferdinand, Hernandez, Remil, Hofer, Hasim, Horibata, Esmula, EY, Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Ko, Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo, Jose Manuel, Lagdameo, Monique, Esmin, Maria, Lagman, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sunny, Lara, Lizatin, Ludesma, Legacion, Ligarda, Legazpi, Levista, Lebanon, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Makasait, Maseda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadatu, Maniquez, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Omenal Henry, Omenal Sancho Fernando Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Primicia Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Redon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Relogio, Rodriguez, Maximo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romualdez, Andrew Julian, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yadamari, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarberia, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salva, San Fernando, Santos Maria, Alana, Samantha, Santos, Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suan, Swansing, Bella, Vanessa, Swansing, Michaela, Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Taliado, Tan, Iman, Tan, Joseph, Tan, Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Ungab, Uy, De Carlo, Uy, Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Villaferte, Miguel, Luis, Villaferte, Vincenzo, Renato, Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap, Arthur, Yap, Christopherson, Yap, Eric, Yap, John Chisnell, Yatco, Inares, UJ, Zel, Victoria, U. Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora, Maria Carmen, Zamora, Isabel, Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration of House Bill number 8702. Abante, Advincula, Agarao, Alano, Almario Chino Miguel, Alvarez Mercedes, Amatong, Arenas, Aumentado, Barbers, Bascub, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Biron, Chan Jan Franz Norbert Joselito, Corvera, Hua, De Yanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Gamo, De Los Santos, De Maporo City Amina, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Garcia Albert, Go, Julias, Hernandez Charis Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Moribata, EY, Labad, Lacson, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Nazal, Ongchuan, Padiernos, Pascual, Plaza, Primicias Agabas, Puno, Kimbo, Recto, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Salceda, Sally, Santos Maria Lana Samantha, Shimura, Solon, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Teves, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, T, Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Veloso Tuazon, Villa, Villanueva, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen.
with 233 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 8702 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move to refer the following House resolutions to the appropriate committees. House Resolution 1006 to the Committees on Public Order and Safety and Information and Communications Technology. House Resolution 1008 to the Committee on Health. House Resolution 1009 to the Committees on Public Order and Safety and Information and Communications Technology. House Resolution 1010 to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality. House Resolution 1016 to the Committee on Natural Resources, and House Committee 1021 to the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move to refer the following speeches delivered on May 18, 2026 to the appropriate committees. Representative Abante to the Committee on Energy, Representative Dagook to the Committees on Energy and Legislative Franchises, Representative Yap to the Committee on Energy, Representative Elago to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, Representative Poe to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill numbers 1987 and 9713 from the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation to the Committees of Higher and Technical Education and Civil Service and Professional Regulation. House Bill numbers 7804 and 7945 from the Committee on Information and Communications Technology to the Committees on Public Information and Information and Communications Technology. House Bill number 9184 from the Committees on Tourism and Natural Resources to the Committee on Natural Resources. And the privileged speech delivered by Representative Fuentebella on February 9, 2026 from the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability to the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion with regards to the change of referral of the measures mentioned is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill 9397 as contained in Committee Report number 335, submitted by the Committee on Public Information, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 9397, an act upholding the people's constitutional right to access information and promoting full public disclosure of all government transactions involving public interest.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the Committee on Public Information, the Honorable Lordan Suwan, be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Honorable Lordan G. Suwan from the 1st District of Cagayan de Oro is recognized for his sponsorship.
Madam Speaker, my esteemed colleagues in the Chamber, the House Secretariat, guests of the House of Representatives, and the Filipino people, good day to you all. When I was entrusted stewardship of the Committee on Public Information, I knew beforehand that freedom of information would be at the forefront of our legislative priorities. I note the extensive history of the FOI bill and how it had been in the policy backburner for 3 decades. The odds truly were stacked against the committee to pass this measure. Throughout those years, there were multiple opportunities to pass this essential legislation. Enumerating each one would only remind us of regret. Had we passed it earlier, could we have prevented the corruption that plagued past and present administrations? Could we have built a more efficient, more responsive bureaucracy? Could we have unlocked our full potential as an economic powerhouse in the region and contribute to our ascent as a middle power in the global stage? Alas, we can only speculate. Muntikan na, almost. This is how I would describe the legislative history of the FOI bill. From the 8th Congress to the previous Congress, it has always been muntikan na. In the 20th Congress, however, things appear to be very different. There is renewed and sustained momentum to pass the FOI bill, as seen in its inclusion in the President's LEDAC priorities. In this August chamber, the committee made a subtle yet profound shift from freedom of information to the right to information, affirming that access to information is not a mere privilege granted by the government, but a constitutional right guaranteed to every Filipino. If there is one benefit, one silver lining we can derive from having the multiple times that the FOI bill, now the RTI Act, have been deferred, it is that we were able to build on rock-solid ground. The proposed RTI Act is anchored on a simple but fundamental principle. In a democracy, government information belongs to the people. This measure institutionalizes Section 28, Article 2, and Section 7, Article 3 of the 1987 Constitution, which guarantees that the right of the people to information on matters of public concern shall be recognized. After all, it is the right of every Filipino taxpayer to know how government transacts and spends its resources in all public sector tiers, from local government units to the alter egos of the President himself. This bill does not merely recognize a right, it makes that right real, enforceable, and accessible. It establishes clear guidelines for information requests, provides remedies against unjustified denials, and mandates proactive disclosure through accessible platforms and a centralized RTI portal. Importantly, the measure covers all branches of government, local government units, state universities and colleges, government-owned or controlled corporations, and even private entities that perform public functions or utilize public funds. At the same time, it carefully balances transparency with the protection of legitimate interests, including national security, privileged information, trade secrets, and the fundamental right to privacy. We incorporated the best and most innovative provisions of the many iterations of the FOI bill into the RTI measure, while adding its distinguishing feature, the creation of the RTI Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues, this representation and the Committee on Public Information are aware of the administration's push to optimize the bureaucracy in order to mitigate red tape and enhance government productivity. And so I preempt the question, why create a commission at a time of government resizing or right-sizing? Because right-sizing does not automatically mean downsizing. A commission dedicated to transparency and accountability does not add to bureaucratic excess. It curbs it. By making government transactions open to public scrutiny, the RTI Commission becomes a powerful check against abuse and accessible to the general public. Foremost among the reasons to have an RTI Commission is that this body will be in the vanguard of restoring the public's trust in our democratic institutions. In the past few months, government offices have suffered significant reputational damage due to the illicit acts of a select few. We need to rebuild our people's trust by promoting transparency while empowering them to hold their elected leaders accountable. The RTI Commission will ensure that the public is kept informed of government dealings, thereby empowering Filipinos to participate more meaningfully in nation building, scrutinize public spending, and demand accountability and integrity from their public officials. It also guarantees institutional independence and accountability in helping implement the RTI law. The Commission will practically be devoid of external influence in its decision-making, thereby sticking only to its mandate and the provisions of the proposed RTI Act. We note that the executive branch has an existing framework for the implementation of the freedom of information in all its concerned offices. This is operationalized by Executive Order Number 2, Series of 2016. The proposed RTI Act will not only supersede the aforementioned Executive Order, but also universalize RTI implementation across all branches and tiers of government, notably the local government units as well as the legislative and judicial branches. Given the scope and government-wide coverage of the proposed RTI measure, having a commission solely dedicated to upholding the right to information would ensure effective monitoring and enforcement. With quasi-judicial powers, the Commission can enforce disclosure obligations, ensure timely responses, and impose sanctions far stronger than those under existing executive policy. Apart from upholding the constitutional right to information, the RTI Commission will also lead nationwide campaigns to educate the public, including those in government, on their rights and responsibilities under the RTI framework. It will also be in charge of capacity building efforts to equip civil servants with the end goal within the bureaucracy. Ultimately, the RTI Act brings the Philippines closer to international standards on access to information. During our technical working group meetings, excellently chaired by Representative Brian Yamsuan, and in the drafting of the substitute RTI Act, we considered as input the best practices of other countries in the implementation of their respective RTI laws, not to copy them wholesale, but to adapt them to the Philippine context. The private sector likewise stands to gain significantly from the passage of the RTI Act, which serves as an essential economic policy infrastructure. In countries with established RTI systems, businesses rely on public data for investment, innovation, and planning. In contrast, the absence of an RTI law in the Philippines makes access to information inconsistent, slow, and costly, discouraging investment and effectively acting as a hidden tax on firms. These challenges are even more severe in rural, predominantly agricultural areas where information silos, especially at the local level, limit access to vital data such as soil conditions, weather patterns, and production figures. This slows modernization and makes it harder for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, cooperatives, and startups to grow. Without standardized protocols, businesses also face duplicative and mismatched requirements across agencies, increasing costs. Taken together, these barriers highlight the urgent need for the RTI Act to drive efficiency and strengthen competitiveness. My dear colleagues, let me cite another practical reason why this measure needs to be passed now more than ever before. We are living through a geopolitical crisis that threatens our economic stability. The conflict in the Middle East has disrupted global fuel supply chains, and the effects are reaching our shores. We are a fuel import-reliant, service-based, consumption-driven economy buoyed by international remittances. In times like these, we need a government that is more efficient, more prudent, and more accountable in managing our finite resources. Having an RTI law will ensure that every public transaction, except those legitimately exempt, is open to public scrutiny. After all, taxes are the lifeblood of the nation. We have to make sure that taxpayers' money is well accounted for and that every move of government, from the local to the national level, should not be wasteful and impulsive, especially as fuel prices soar, inflation persists, and household incomes unfortunately remain stagnant. This measure, my dear colleagues, can serve as a powerful instrument for government to weather the geopolitical storm now confronting our nation. Economically speaking, we find ourselves in the very eye of that storm. By supporting this measure, we give our people another avenue for participatory governance, which in turn makes government less excessive, more transparent, and far more prudent in the conduct of public transactions and the spending of public funds. This measure is not only a buffer against economic uncertainty, but also a powerful anathema to corruption. We cannot undo the scandals of the past, which put our democratic institutions under siege, but we can prevent them from happening again. We cannot afford another crisis of that magnitude while the world around us grows more volatile. My dear colleagues, my friends in the hallowed halls of Congress, I urge you to support the Right to Information Act. It will be one of the institutional buffers that helps us weather the storms ahead. Before I end, let me thank our partners in civil society, in the private sector, and in government sa pagsisikap at sa hindi pagbitiw sa advokasiyang maipasa ang batas na ito. 35 years is a long time to wait for a measure so fundamental to democracy. Madam Speaker, ultimately, we answer to the Filipino people. They have been clamoring for transparency for far too long. The more transparent government is, the less room there is for corruption. And a more transparent government is a more effective government, one better able to serve its people and shield them from economic uncertainty through sound, responsible governance. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang sambayan ng Pilipino.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from Party List Panday Bayanihan, the Honorable Representative Brian Po, for his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Brian Po from the Panday Bayanihan Party List is recognized for his sponsorship.
Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, magandang araw po. As Vice Chair of the Committee on Public Information, as a public servant, but more importantly, as a concerned citizen, I rise today not only in support of the proposed Right to Information Act of 2026, but in affirmation of a principle that lies at the very heart of democracy, that sovereignty resides in the people, and that government exists to serve them openly and honestly and accountably. It is an honor to sponsor this measure, especially since it was the very first bill I filed here in Congress as my commitment towards reform. For more than 3 decades, the Filipino people have waited for a comprehensive law that fully operationalizes the constitutional right to information. Since the first Freedom of Information was filed in 1992, generations of lawmakers, journalists, civil society leaders, academics, reform advocates, and ordinary citizens have carried this cause forward. This crusade was led by then Pangasinan Representative Oscar Orbos, which mandated government officials to provide access to information within 15 days after a request was made. In the 11th Congress, this great body approved the same on 3rd reading, but was left hanging by the Senate. In the 14th Congress, in the wake of the 2008 global financial crisis, this chamber still prioritized and once again passed this measure on 3rd reading. In the 16th Congress, my mother, Senator Grace Poe, led the Senate in unanimously passing its version on 3rd reading, with the lower house this time stalling the passage of the measure. Many have come before us, and many have fought for this measure long before any of us entered public service. As they say, we stand today on the shoulders of giants. And so, with the inspiration of courage that I saw in my mother, I've said numerous times and in many manifestations for this bill, but I will say it once again, that she often spoke of what was known as the sunshine principle, the belief that transparency is not meant to weaken government, but to strengthen it, that public scrutiny is not a threat to democracy, but one of its greatest protections. I still remember her words when she sponsored the FOI bill many years ago. She said that when the first FOI bill was filed, I was just an infant. By the time she delivered the speech, I had already graduated from school, and yet the measure still had not become a law. Today, I rise before this great august chamber as a representative carrying forward not merely a family advocacy, but a national aspiration that has endured decades. Dear colleagues, here we are yet again at the crux of a historical moment. We have the chance to push for transparency, accountability, and empowerment of citizenry. The world has changed. Governance has changed. Technology has changed. And the challenges facing democracy today are more complex than ever. We now live in an age where information moves instantly, where misinformation spreads rapidly, and where public trust can easily erode when the institutions are perceived inaccessible or unaccountable. In such a time, transparency is no longer optional. It is essential. This bill recognizes that reality, our reality, the reality of the 20th Congress. It establishes a comprehensive framework that institutionalizes the people's right to access government-held information across all branches and instrumentalities of government. It creates clear timelines for requests, mandates proactive disclosure of public transactions, strengthens records management systems, and establishes an independent right to information commission to oversee the implementation and adjudication of disputes, giving teeth to this measure. Importantly, this measure also modernizes transparency for the digital age. It strengthens the online RTI portal, encourages open machine-readable data, and allows the responsible use of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence to improve efficiency and public access to information. At the same time, the bill carefully balances openness with legitimate concerns involving privacy, national security, due process, and sensitive personal information. Transparency and responsibility must go hand in hand. Dear colleagues, I cannot emphasize enough that this important legislation is a principled framework for accountable governance. And perhaps most importantly, this bill reminds us that the right to information must not only be reserved for the powerful, the educated, or the well-connected. It belongs to every Filipino. It belongs to the parent trying to understand how funds for schools are spent, to the farmer seeking information on agricultural assistance, to the fisherfolk monitoring environmental projects that affect their livelihood, to the entrepreneur navigating government permits, to the student learning how democracy works, and to every taxpayer who simply wants the assurance that public resources are being used properly and fairly. Transparency empowers citizenship, and an informed citizenry strengthens democracy. I also wish to recognize that this measure carries broad institutional support. The Right to Information Act has already been identified as a priority legislative measure under the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council, or LEDAC. The Senate has likewise passed its own version of the measure. Across sectors, government, civil society, media, private sector, academia, and even reform advocates who are here with us today, there is growing recognition that the time for reform has finally come. This is the closest we've ever come. And so today, we are presented with an opportunity to deepen the democratic foundations of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, to put it simply, the ball is in our court. But I must remind us all that transparency transcends politics. It is about trust. It is about accountability. It is about dignity in public service. And ultimately, it's about giving every Filipino the confidence that government truly belongs to the people. So, Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, after more than 30 years of waiting, let us finally transform access to information from a promise repeatedly deferred into a right fully granted by law. Let us choose openness over obscurity, accountability over silence, and public trust over public doubt. I thank, of course, our committee chair, the committee, the technical working group, and all those who contributed to this. And in consideration of the foregoing, I respectfully urge the swift passage of the Right to Information Act of 2026 in this great chamber, the House of the People. Let us be the Congress that passes the right to information. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from Party List ACT Teachers.
The Honorable Antonio L. Tino from the ACT Teachers Party List is recognized for his sponsorship.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. Tumitindig po ako, Madam Speaker at mga kapwa ko mambabatas upang isulong ang kagyat na pagpasa sa House Bill number 9397 o ang Right to Information Act of 2026. Napakahalaga ng panukalang ito sa pagtitiyak na ang kapangyarihan ay nagmumula at nananatili sa sambayanan. Sariwa pa sa aking alaala ang pagpupunyagi natin noong ika-17 Kongreso kung kailan masigasig nating ipinaglaban ang pagsasabatas ng Freedom of Information Act. Bilang chairman ng Committee on Public Information, kasama ang mga Freedom of Information Advocates na marami sa kanila ay kapiling po natin ngayon sa gallery. At kung pwede po ay tumindig din po ang mga matagal na nating kasama at matagal nang nagtutulak ng panukalang batas na ito. Kung maaari po ay magsitayo sila. Madam Speaker, if you will allow. Salamat po sa inyong pagpupursige. Thank you. Okay. Sa loob ng halos 3 dekada, naging mailap ang impormasyon at ang katotohanan dahil sa kultura ng paglilihim at burokratikong balakid na sadyang inilagay upang hadlangan ang transparency at pagpapanagot sa mga nasa kapangyarihan. Hindi lamang simpleng kahilingan ang access sa impormasyon. Mabisang sandata ito ng mamamayan laban sa corruption, katiwalian at abuso sa loob ng gobyerno. Sa pamamagitan ng House Bill 9397, binubuwag natin ang kultura ng paglilihim at pinapalitan ito ng prinsipyo ng full public disclosure na nakaugat sa konstitusyon. Tampok sa panukalang ito ang pagtatatag ng isang independent at quasi-judicial na Right to Information Commission. Titiyakin ng komisyon na hindi basta-basta may pagkakait ang mga dokumentong may kinalaman sa interes ng publiko. Inaatasan din ng batas ang lahat ng ahensya ng pamahalaan, kabilang ang mga local government units at GOCCs, na kusang ilathala ang kanilang mga transaksyon, budget, at iba't ibang tipo ng public records na kailangang maisa publiko dahil may epekto sa kapakanan ng mamamayan. Naglatag din tayo ng malinaw na mekanismo para sa online Right to Information Portal upang mapabilis ang pagkuha ng datos sa tulong ng makabagong teknolohiya. Higit sa lahat, nagbibigay ang panukalang ito ng matibay na proteksyon para sa mga whistleblower na may lakas ng loob na maglantad ng mga anomalya at maling gawain sa burokrasya. Wala tayong ilusyon na ang freedom of information at ang panukalang batas na ito ang solusyon sa corruption at abuso ng gobyerno para sa kapakinabangan ng iilan laban sa interes ng mamamayan. Gayunman, panahon na upang basagin ang mahabang panahon ng pagkakait sa karapatan ng mamamayan na malaman kung paano ginagamit ang kaban ng bayan at ang kapangyarihan na nasa kamay ng Estado. Marapat lamang na ipasa ang RTI Act, Right to Information Act of 2026 bilang pagkilala sa soberanong karapatan ng mamamayan, sa soberanya ng mamamayan, at bilang panimulang hakbang tungo sa isang gobyernong tunay na mapananagot at tapat sa publiko. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from the 2nd District of Bukidnon, Representative Jonathan Keith Flores, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Jonathan Keith Flores from the 2nd District of Bukidnon is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, would the good sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions from this representation?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, Section 5 of the bill says that the commission will be attached to the office of the President. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, would a commission attached to the office of the President having would include the jurisdiction over, or would their powers include both the Congress and the judiciary?
Yes, Madam Speaker. The RTI Commission will have under its jurisdiction all requests for information, even as to Congress and the judiciary.
Would this not violate the separation of powers, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker?
This will not violate the separation of powers, Madam Speaker, because the Constitution itself in Section 7 does not give any exception as to any government instrumentality which may be exempt from the right to information.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, what about certain instances like privileged communication, which is judicially recognized as privileged? Would that also cover those communications?
Madam Speaker, I think that is one of the exceptions. We can find that in Section 32. Letter C. One of the exceptions is that the information pertains to a testimony, report, document, or discussion obtained during an executive session of the Congress of the Philippines or any of its committees.
What about privileged communication that is recognized by the courts? Example, between lawyer-client, spouses, and others, Madam Speaker.
Those privileged communications, Madam Speaker, regarding the courts are still privileged and will not be divulged by the Commission. I think that the bill is also sensitive to this issue. And for example, in Section 32, paragraph D, it says here, the information is classified as privileged communications in legal proceedings by law or by the rules of court, including non-disclosable information as recognized under the Rule on Access to Information about the Supreme Court, Court of Appeals Freedom of Information Manual, Rule on Access to Information about the Sandigan Bayan, the Rule on Access to Information about the lower courts, and other pertinent issuances of the Supreme Court on the matter, unless the person entitled to the privilege has waived it, meaning that those kinds of privileged communications are still privileged and they will not be divulged.
Now, you mentioned Section 32. Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, Section 32 provides for 9 exceptions. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Now, of these 9 exceptions, the exceptions are dependent on the head of agency or the office concerned whether the request falls within or without these exceptions. Is that correct, Madam Speaker?
Actually, the general rule is that the agency will disclose. The exceptions are very narrow and very specific.
Would this not give the head of agency or the office concerned too much leeway in interpreting what the exceptions are, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
I do not think there is room for leeway in interpreting exceptions because the enumeration of exceptions is very particular and very specific. So if it does not form part of the exceptions as enumerated here in the bill, then the agency cannot invent their own exceptions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the lady from Party List ML, the Honorable Laila M. De Lima, for her manifestation.
The Honorable Laila M. De Lima from the ML Party List is recognized for her manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as stated, this is not an interpellation, this is a manifestation. Magandang hapon po. I rise today to express my full support for House Bill number 9397, the Right to Information or RTI Act of 2026. This historic measure consolidates 29 related bills filed across party lines, representing the 20th Congress's commitment to fulfilling a constitutional promise unlegislated for over 3 decades. My fellow Bicolano lawmaker, the late Senator Raul S. Rocco, first filed this bill in the 8th Congress. I repeat, it's 8th Congress. Since then, the People's Right to Information Act, previously known as the Freedom of Information, or FOI Act, has been fiercely championed and fought for in previous Congresses by my fellow Liberal Party lawmakers, including the late Representative Edsel Lagman, former Representatives Lorenzo Erin Tañada III, Jose Christopher Kit Del Monte, George Bolet Banal, Joseph Emilio Jun Abaya, Teodoro Teddy Bagilat Jr., and former Vice President, now Mayor Leni Robredo, in the House of Representatives, and Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan in the Senate. In the 20th Congress, my fellow Liberal Party members and I carried this fight for transparency through House Bill 2897, now substituted by this bill, House Bill 9397. Ngayon, sa wakas, tinutugunan natin ang matagal ng hamon ng kasaysayan. The people's right to information is not a statutory privilege, but a constitutional mandate. Sa kabila ng malinaw na mandato at paglipas ng mahigit 3 dekada mula nang pinagtibay ang konstitusyon, wala pa ring komprehensibong batas na nagbibigay ng epektibong mekanismo sa pagpapatupad ng karapatang ito. Executive Order No. 2 of 2016 provided a partial solution within the executive branch, but executive orders can be rescinded, diluted, or abandoned by successive administrations. The people's freedom of and right to information cannot be abrogated by a mere stroke of the presidential pen. It cannot have its protection stripped away through administrative convenience. Hindi na tayo maaring magtago sa likod ng kawalan ng batas. A statute is not merely preferable, it is essential. Paano magiging tunay na makapangyarihan ng mamamayan kung ang impormasyon ay nananatiling nakatago? Paano makikilahok ang sambayanan sa pamamahala kung mahalagang tala, pasya at aksyon ng pamahalaan ay hindi naaabot ng taong bayan? Paano maniningil ng pananagutan ng mamamayan kung ang katotohanan ay nakatago? These are not mere rhetorical questions. Their answers are woven into this proposed law. This bill possesses several critical strengths that distinguish it as comprehensive and enforceable legislation, as already laid down or set forth by the distinguished sponsor. And those features or strengths include its comprehensive coverage of all branches and instrumentalities of government, all local government units, state universities and colleges, constitutional commissions. It also creates an independent quasi-judicial right to information commission to oversee implementation and resolve disputes. It also provides for the protection of persons who disclose information in good faith regarding wrongdoing, corruption, or serious threats to public safety or public health and safety from legal or employment-related sanctions. And it also provides sanctions against erring individuals criminally and administratively. In our current era, marked by corruption, misinformation, or fake news, and eroding public trust, access to information is essential. Democracy thrives not in secrecy, but in openness. Citizens cannot meaningfully participate in governance if information remains inaccessible. They cannot hold institutions accountable if records are withheld, and public trust cannot flourish where transparency is absent. Ang katotohanan na hindi kaaway ng gobyerno, ito ang pundasyon ng lehitimong kapangyarihan. This law is not merely about access to documents. It is about respecting the dignity of the people as the true sovereigns of this nation. By passing this measure, we affirm that information held by the government belongs in trust to the people. We fulfill a constitutional promise long overdue and strengthen the democratic foundations of our nation. For these reasons, I respectfully manifest my full support for the passage of this vital measure. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to withdraw my motion to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is
Madam Speaker, I move to withdraw the motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Alba for his interpellation.
The Honorable Alba is recognized for his interpellation.
Madam Speaker, would the gentleman from, again, the Oro yield to just 2 questions?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, we believe that the right to freedom of information is very important to ensure that we are able to protect democracy and the access to information of the general public. My first question is, can we guarantee that this right to information, or do we have enough safeguard in the proposed measure to prevent abuse, misuse, and the possible weaponization of information?
Yes, Madam Speaker. We have exceptions to the information that may be disclosed. And although these exceptions are exhaustive, they are the safeguards that we need in order to make sure that this right to information is not abused.
Second, Madam Speaker, this is not a perfect world. And as I have said, the potential for misuse, abuse, and weaponization is really very much possible, especially in this age of artificial intelligence. Madam Speaker, may I know, or may the good sponsor, can we be assured that the proposed measure provides remedies in the event that there is potential misuse, abuse, and possibly weaponization of information?
Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honorable Interpellator to expound as to who is the one who is abusing that who is the abuser here?
Yes.
The ones requesting the information?
Yes, Madam Speaker. We know that once information is accessed by a certain individual, we don't have the control on how such information will be processed and delivered back to the public. So the only question is that if and when that particular event will happen, do we have enough? I mean, those who can be affected by this disclosure, do we have enough remedy to address such misuse or abuse? Does the proposed measure provide for remedies?
Madam Speaker, I think that the only situation in which such abuse may happen is when SALNs will be exposed and sensitive information will be revealed to the general public and might be misused. But that is not a concern, in my opinion, because we are going to redact these details. So they will not be revealed to the requester of the information, and so no such possible abuse may happen. And also, there is the RTI Commission, which of course will create further policies as to make sure that no such abuse may happen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, good sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendments or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill 9397. So moved, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 9397. Those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9397 is approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before I proceed with the consideration for second reading on the other matters, may I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 9397. Kasi hindi niya na-suspend. Okay nga.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw my motion and proceed now to under the calendar of business of the day. I move to consider House Bill number 9358 and 9377. Or isa lang. 9358. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill 9358, an act strengthening the Department of Education, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9155, otherwise known as the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate, and that the chairman of the committee, Honorable Roman Romulo, be recognized for his sponsorship.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Roman Romulo of the Lone District of Pasig City is recognized for his sponsorship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, I rise today to sponsor this measure seeking to strengthen the governance structure of the Department of Education under Republic Act number 9155. Over the past decade, our basic education system has undergone unprecedented expansion. The implementation of the K-12 program and the establishment of the senior high schools significantly increased the number of schools, learners, teachers, and administrative demands across the country. While these reforms expanded access to education, they also exposed structural limitations in the current governance framework of the Department of Education. Today, many regional offices and schools division offices are burdened with increasingly complex responsibility over vast geographic areas and rapidly growing student populations. In many provinces and cities, a single division office is expected to supervise hundreds of schools spread across geographically isolated and disadvantaged communities. This setup inevitably affects the efficiency of supervision, delivery of services, implementation of policies, and responsiveness to local educational needs. This bill seeks to address these realities by strengthening the administrative and governance capacities of the Department of Education at regional, division, and district levels. First, the measure empowers DepEd regional offices to not only implement national policies, but also to contextualize these policies according to the specific needs and conditions of their respective regions. It recognizes that educational governance cannot adopt a purely one-size-fits-all approach, especially in a country as geographically and culturally diverse as the Philippines. By enabling regional offices to provide clearer direction setting and stronger technical support to school divisions offices, we promote more responsive, coherent, and effective implementation of the national education programs. Second, the bill grants flexibility to establish more than one schools division office within a province, city, municipality, or cluster thereof, subject to the assessment and approval of the Secretary of Education. This is a practical and necessary reform. As learner population grows and administrative workloads expand, governance structures must likewise evolve to ensure assistance. The measure likewise strengthens school district governance by allowing the rationalization and establishment of additional school districts where necessary, ensuring that field-level supervision remains efficient and accessible. Importantly, this bill also updates the law to reflect the current governance structure of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao pursuant to Republic Act number 11054. It formally recognized the authority of the Minister of Basic, Higher, and Technical Education of BARM and allows the Department of Education to extend technical assistance and training support to schools and learning centers within the region whenever necessary. At its core, the measure is about bringing educational governance closer to our schools, our teachers, and our learners. It recognizes that effective education reform requires not only sound policies from the central office, but also capable and empowered regional and local governance structures that can respond to realities on the ground. By strengthening the institutional capacity of DepEd at all levels, we improve policy implementation, administrative efficiency, accountability, and ultimately the quality of education delivered to every Filipino learner. In view of the foregoing, approval of this measure is earnestly sought. Thank you, Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, is there no interpollators? May I move to suspend the period of interpolation? And sorry, can I say that again? Madam Speaker, there being no other members who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to vote on second reading, House Bill number 9358.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 9358. Those are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9358 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the guests of Jose Manuel Alba, the guests from the local government unit of Malitbog, Bukidnon, namely Honorable Sachin Pamela Tupas, Councilor, Ms. Amalin Amorin, Tourism Officer, and Ms. Marian Tabalbag Casino, spouse of Mayor Gary Casino.
To the guests of the Honorable Jose Manuel F. Alba from the 1st District of Bukidnon, from the local government unit of Malitbog, Bukidnon, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 9377 as contained in the committee report submitted by committee.
Is there
And,
any
and for this
objection?
purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill 9377, an act strengthening civic education by integrating the study of the Constitution into the curriculum of basic education and institutionalizing the observance of Constitution Day in school.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the periods of sponsorship and debate and that the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Roman Romulo, be recognized to begin his sponsorship of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Honorable Roman Romulo of the Lone District of Pasig City is recognized for his sponsorship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues. Today, I have the honor of presenting for plenary approval House Bill number 9377, otherwise known as the Constitutional Education Act. At the heart of every strong democracy is an informed and engaged citizenry. Our Constitution is not merely a legal document reserved for lawyers, judges, or public officials. It is the fundamental covenant between the state and the Filipino people. It defines our rights, protects our freedom, and establishes the principles upon which our republic stands. Yet for many young Filipinos, the Constitution remains distant, abstract, and unfamiliar. This measure seeks to change that. Article 14, Section 3 of the 1987 Constitution already mandates that all educational institutions include the study of the Constitution as an integral part of the curriculum. It likewise directs schools to inculcate patriotism and nationalism, teach the rights and duties of citizenship, strengthen ethical and moral values, and encourage critical and creative thinking. This bill gives life and meaning to those constitutional mandates by institutionalizing constitutional education beginning in grade 1. Under this proposed measure, the Department of Education shall integrate age-appropriate constitutional education throughout the basic education curriculum. Learners will gradually develop an understanding of the Constitution, democratic institutions, citizenship, human rights, accountability in government, nationalism, social justice, and civic participation. The bill covers key constitutional principles and institutions, including the history and overview of the Constitution, nationalism and sovereignty, the structure and powers of government, the rights and duties of citizens, citizenship and suffrage, social justice and human rights, accountability of public officers, local governance, and active participation in democratic processes. Importantly, this measure does not intend to burden students with technical legal instruction. Rather, it seeks to cultivate constitutional literacy at an early age in a manner that is practical, accessible, relevant to the daily lives of learners. At a time when misinformation spreads rapidly and democratic institutions face increasing challenges worldwide, it is imperative that we equip the youth not only with academic knowledge, but also with a deep understanding of democratic values, civic responsibility, and the rule of law. This bill also institutionalizes the observance of Constitution Day every Feb 2 through civic and student-led activities such as forums, debates, and student elections that encourage participatory democracy and meaningful civic engagement. Moreover, recognizing that effective constitutional education requires capable educators, the measure directs the Department of Education in coordination with the Supreme Court, the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, and the legal education institutions to develop training and certificate programs for teachers. It likewise opens opportunities for members of the legal profession to contribute to civic education through volunteer education and public service. Madam Speaker, constitutional education is nation building. People who understand their constitution are better prepared to defend democracy, uphold human rights, demand accountability, and responsibly exercise the powers entrusted to them as citizens of a free republic. If we want future generations to value democratic institutions, then we must begin by teaching them the Constitution not only as a document, but as a living expression of our collective ideals and aspirations as a people. This measure invests in informed citizenship, responsible leadership, and a stronger democracy. In view of the foregoing, I earnestly seek the support of this august chamber for the immediate approval of House Bill number 9377. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the Speaker or the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number... Ano number yun? Dito. Sorry. Sa kabila.
9377.
House Bill number 9377.
There's a motion to vote on House Bill 9377. Those are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9377 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Madam
Congratulations.
Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Ay, ayan na eh.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business of the day, I move to consider the following House resolutions. House Resolution number 1035 under Committee Report 314, and for that purpose, may I ask the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
The Secretary is directed to read the resolution.
House Resolution 1035, resolution congratulating and commending Filipina Olympian Elrene Ann Q. Ando for winning the bronze medal in the women's 63-kilogram clean and jerk event, the 2025 International Weightlifting Federation World Championships held in Ford, Norway from October 2 to 11, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 1035 under Committee Report 314.
Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1035 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 1036 under Committee Report 315. And may I ask the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1036, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino World Pool Champion Chezka Centeno for winning the 2025 Predator World Pool Association Women's 10-Ball World Championship held in Bali, Indonesia from October 8 to 12, 2025.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 1036 under Committee Report 315.
Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1036 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 1043 under Committee Report 325, and for that purpose, may I ask the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1043, resolution congratulating and commending the members of Aurora Gaming Philippines for winning the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Mobile 7 World Championship held in Jakarta, Indonesia from January 3 to 25, 2026.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 1036 under Committee Report 315.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution 1043.
1043 under
Those
Committee
are in
Report
favor say
325.
aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1043 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 1042 under Committee Report 324, and for that purpose, may I ask the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the resolution.
House Resolution 1042, resolution urging the Philippine Statistics Authority to develop a specialized economic survey framework to capture informal cross-border barter trade and multi-currency household income and expenditure patterns in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao provinces, identified under Executive Order Number 64, Series of 2018, including similar areas such as Jose Abad Santos in Davao Occidental and Governor Generoso in Davao Oriental, to address the statistical blind spot affecting the economic visibility of barter and border communities in Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, and other affected localities.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 1042.
Those are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1042 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The Chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to our rules, I move for the omnibus consideration of the following local bills. House Bill number 2749 under Committee Report 301, House Bill 3206, Committee Report 302, House Bill 3212 under Committee Report 303, House Bill 4395 under Committee Report 304, House Bill 5008 under Committee Report 305, House Bill number 7251 under Committee Report 306, House Bill number 7735 under Committee Report 307, House Bill number 7883 under Committee Report 308, House Bill number 8194 under Committee Report 309, House Bill number 8200 under Committee Report 310, House Bill number 8225 under Committee Report 311. House Bill number 2486 under Committee Report 316. House Bill number 9384 under Committee Report 317. House Bill number 9360 under Committee Report 321. House Bill number 9382 under Committee Report 323. House Bill number 9387 under Committee Report 330. House Bill number 9388 under Committee Report 331. House Bill number 9390 under Committee Report 933. And House Bill number 9391 under Committee Report 334. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the following measures.
House Bill 2749, an act declaring December 5 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the city of Palayan, province of Nueva Ecija, to commemorate the foundation anniversary of the city of Palayan. House Bill 3206, an act declaring December 23 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Sindangan, province of Zamboanga del Norte, to be known as Araw ng Sindangan in celebration of its founding anniversary. House Bill 3212, an act declaring June 26 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the province of Batanes. House Bill 4395, an act declaring the 13th day of August of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Norzagaray, province of Bulacan, in celebration of the Kasay Festival and for other purposes. House Bill 5008, an act declaring August 5 of every year as a special non-working holiday in Calbayog City to commemorate the birth anniversary of the late Senate President Jose Dira Avellino, to be known as Jose Dira Avellino Day. House Bill 7251, an act declaring May 12 of every year as a special non-working public holiday in Cagayan de Oro City, to be known as Cagayan de Oro Liberation Day. House Bill 7735, an act declaring November 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Marinduque in celebration of the Feast of Mahal na Ina ng Biglang Awa. House Bill 7883, an act declaring March 27 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Las Piñas, to be known as Las Piñas City Charter Day. House Bill 8194, an act declaring December 11 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the municipality of San Jose, Batangas. House Bill 8200, an act declaring June 16 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of La Trinidad, province of Benguet, in commemoration of its founding anniversary, to be known as La Trinidad Day. House Bill 8225, an act declaring December 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Tuba, province of Benguet, in commemoration of its founding anniversary, to be known as Tuba Day. House Bill 2486, an act declaring July 10 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the city of Santa Rosa, province of Laguna, in commemoration of its cityhood anniversary. House Bill 9348, an act declaring November 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Santa Barbara, province of Iloilo, to commemorate the birth anniversary of Ilonggo hero and Revolutionary General Martin T. Delgado, to be known as General Martin T. Delgado Day. House Bill 9360, an act changing the name of Central Azucarera de Tarlac High School Annex in Barangay Balete, Tarlac City, province of Tarlac, to Balete National High School. House Bill 9382, an act establishing a College of Medicine in the Mindanao State University General Santos City campus in the city of General Santos and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 9387, an act establishing a regular campus of the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University in the municipality of Nagilian, province of La Union, to be known as the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University East La Union campus and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 9388, an act establishing a College of Medicine in Northeastern Mindanao State University main campus in the city of Tandag, province of Surigao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 9390, an act establishing a College of Medicine in the Bukidnon State University in Malay Balay City, province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 9391, an act establishing a College of Medicine in the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Cagayan de Oro City campus in Cagayan de Oro City, province of Misamis Oriental, and appropriating funds therefor.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate and that the respective explanatory notes be considered as sponsorship of the said measures.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the said measures, I move to close it.
Is approved.
Madam
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
I move to open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to vote on second reading the following aforementioned bills.
Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2749, 3206, 3212, 4395, 5008, 7251, 7735, 7883, 8194, 8200, 8225, 2486, 9348, 9360, 9382, 9387, 9388, 9390, 9391, including their committee amendments, is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move to designate the following members to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 6636 and Senate Bill number 1966, institutionalizing the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations program of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, namely Representative Chino Miguel Almario, Representative Attorney Miro Kimbo, Representative Dante Garcia, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Representative Jocelyn F. Tulfo, Representative Zia Alonto Adjong, and Representative Marcelino Libanan.
There's a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to include additional co-authors to the House Bills numbers 9257, 9358, 9377, and 9397, and the House Resolution numbers 1035, 1036, 1042, and 1043 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9000, printed of copies of which were distributed to the members and pursuant to the rules of the House. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9000, an act granting the Times Broadcasting Network Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9000. Abalo Sabante Asidre, Ako, Pacosa, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante Amatong, Ang Angara, Angela Sakino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Manera, Arbison Manera Jr., Arenas Agorgancia, Asistio, Atay de Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Bangkoro, Barbara Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Munich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron Bucoba, Bolilia, Bodok, Briones, Bulit Begtang, Gagas, Calderon, Calixto, Kawagdan, Carrie Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sandanya, Siniza, Chan, Jan, Franz, Norberto, Celito, Almario, Chan, Junard, Chua Chuatay, Chungalaw, Coco Pilar, Cojuanco, Jaime Eduardo Mar, Cojuanco Mar, Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Agata, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Cuba, Dagok, Dalag, de Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Lima, de Venecia, Defensor de Gama, del Mar, de Los Santos, de Macor, de Magila, Dimaporo Imelda, Dimaporo City Amina, Diokno Dionisio, Domingo Damogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paldo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Delago Emano, Enverga Erice, Escuderos Espares, Espina Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedo, Fendibel, Galang, Galeos Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola Garin, Gatchalian Gato, Glepa, Go Gomez, Gonzalez Alexandria, Gonzalez Eliza Micaela, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez Roy, Coriseta Gico Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Alfarasim, Maribata, Ismula Iway, Javier, Co Antonio, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Co Labadabad Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Manigas Min Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Razdin, Ledesma, Ligacion, Legarda, Ligaspi, Livisa, Libanan, Lopez, Gloria, Leola, Luistro, Namayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Makasayat, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangodadato, Manigis, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nizal, Nisay, Nolasco, Mamel Henry, Mamel Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Soreto, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Panalian Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Rehencia, Ringmuli, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Yolohoyo, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Sandra Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roques Garbarisa, Calorno Salceda Sali, Salvacion Salvador Salvame, Salas Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Sontay, Talyado, Tan Eamon, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariel, Teodoro, Tereng Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Talentino, Tuan, Tufo Jocelyn, Tufo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor, Tio Umali Ungab, Uy Ricardo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Vida, Villafreto Miguel Luis, Villafreto Vincenzo, Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarico, Violago Yamson, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnell, Yatko Inares, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9000. Abante Advincula Agaro Alano Alvarez Mercedes, Amatong Arena, Sumentado Barbers, Bascog, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Biron Corvera, Cuba de Hirang, Daza de Jesus de Venecia, de Gamo de los Santos, de Mapor City Amina, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ferrer Jeffrey, Garcia Albert, Go Gulias, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Orabata Iway Lacson, Mangodadato, Mercado Revilla, Nazal Longchuan, Padiernos, Pascual Plaza, Primicia Sagabas, Puno, Kimbo, Rector, Imulga, Revilla, Brian, Salceda, Sally Santos, Mariana, Samantha, Chimura, Solon, Swansing, Beda Vanessa, Swansing, Michaela Angela, Suarez, Delgado, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Teves, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, T. Ungab, Uy Ricardo, Uy Roberto, Veloso Tuazon, Villa, Villanueva, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora, Maria Carmen.
With 234 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, House Bill number 9000 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to immediately transmit to the Senate House Bill number 9000 we have just approved on third reading.
There's a motion.
No.
Session suspended.
Hindi.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw that motion, and I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9001, printed copies were distributed to members pursuant to our rules. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure and therefore call for the roll of nominal vote.
House Bill number 9001, an act granting the Cagayan de Oro Media Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television stations in the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9001. Abalos, Sabante, Asidre, Ako, Costa, Adiong, Advincula, Agaraw, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Samantha, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison Munir, Jr., Arena, Sarugancia, Sisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Mocoro, Barbara, Barbers, Baronda, Basgalga, Bascug, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Monich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernus Ching, Bernus JB, Biron Bucobo, Bolilia, Bondok, Briones, Bulit Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Carrie, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sendaño, Siniza, Chan, Jan, Franz, Norberto, Silito, Almario, Chan, Junar, Chua, Chuatay, Chongalao, Coco, Pilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo, Mark, Cojuanco, Mark, Juliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Agatha, Cruz, Ricardo, Cruzado, Cuadagoc, Dalog, Bianghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima, De Venecia, Defensor, De Gama, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Macua, De Maguila, De Mapora, Imada, De Mapora, City Amina, De Ocno, Dionisio, Domingo, Domogan, Duterte, Haller, James, Duterte, Omar Vincent, Duterte, Paulo, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, De Lago, Emano, Enverga, Risa, Escudero, Esparis, Espina, Estrella, Pereira Antonio, Frere, Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnete, Fendebele, Galang, Gales, Gerbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Gariola Garin, Gachalian, Gato, Glepa, Go Gomez, Gonzales Alexandre, Gonzales Eliza Michaela, Gonzales Christopher Sheen, Gonzales Roy, Gorizeta, Gico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Remil, Hofer Racim, Moribata, Ismuda, EY, Javier, Co Antonio, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Co Labadaba, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo, Jose Manuel, Lagdameo, Monique, Asmin, Maria, Lagman, Nagon, Daphne, Lagonsani, Lara, Rosatin, Ledesma, Ligacion, Legarda, Legaspi, Levisa, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luis, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Makasahit, Macedna, Madrona, Malapitan, Godadato, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Rivida, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Waminal Henry, Waminal Sancho, Fernando, Olivares, Omchuan, Ordana, Soreto, Ortega, Juan Odizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Po, Primicia, Sagabas, Pomarian, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Rimulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eloy, Rodriguez, Maximo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romualdez, Sandro, Julian, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdez, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbares, Sacaluran, Salceda, Salis, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvames, San Fernando, Santos, Maria Alana, Samantha, Santos, Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing, Bella Vanessa, Swansing, Michaela, Angela, Suarez, Sunta Italiado, Tan Iman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chaitan, Watko, Tariela, Tudora, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tino, Tolentino, Tuman, Tufo, Jocelyn, Tufo, Ralph Wendell, Tupos, Yotor, Tio, Mali, Ungab, Uy, Ricardo, Uy, Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Alfonso, Veloso, Tuason, Vergara, Villa, Villafreto, Miguel Luis, Villafreto, Vincenzo, Renato, Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yam Suan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnel, Yatko, Inares, Yu Jaisal, Victoria, Yu Joseph King, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9001. Abante Advincula, Garo Alano, Alvarez Mercedes, Amatong Areno, Cementado, Barbers, Bosco Benitez, Alfredo Benitez, Javier Miguel, Biron, Gorvera, Cuwa de Yanghirang Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Gama, De Los Santos, Dimaporo City Amina, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paolo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Dian Paul, Ferrer Jeffrey Garcia Albert, Go Guldias, Hernandez Charis, Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Oribata, EY Lacson Magandadato, Mercado Revilla Nazal, Ongchuan Padiernos, Pascual Plaza, Primicia Sagabas, Bono Kimbo, Rector, Rimulya Revilla Brian, Salceda, Sally, Santos Mariana, Samantha, Chimura Solon, Swansing Bell, Vanessa, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez Daliado, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Davis Tolentino, Tupas, Yutor, T. Ungab, Loy Ricardo, Or Roberto Veloso Tuazon, Villa Villanueva, Villago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 234 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, House Bill number 9001 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9010, printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to our rules of the House. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure and hereby call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9010, an act granting First Gas Pipeline Corporation a franchise to construct, install, own, operate, and maintain pipelines for the transportation and distribution of natural gas, petroleum, and petroleum products throughout the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9010. Abalo Sabante Asidre Ako Pacosa Adyong Advincula Agaraw Agiao Alano Alba Albano Almario Chini Miguel Almario Dennis Almonte Alvarez Jose Alvarez Mercedes Amante Amatong Ang Angara Angeles Aquino Aquino Magsaysay Arbison Manir Jr. Arena Sagragansya Sisio Ataydio Mentado Ayon Bagao Balindong Banyas Nograles Bangkoro Barbara Barbers Baronda Barzaga Bascog Bautista Claude Bautista Johan Munich Bautista Lim Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron Bucobo Bolilia, Bondok Briones, Budot Begdang Cagas, Calderon Calixto, Cabagdan Carrie Castro, Caiton, Celeste Sendanya Ceniza, Chan Jan Francer, Norbert Joselito Almario, Chan Jr., Chua Chuatay, Changalao, Coco Pilar, Cojuanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco Mark, Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Agata, Cruz Ricardo.
Madam Speaker, my vote is no, and I will explain my vote later. Thank you.
Yes, you may. Please proceed.
Pilar Cojuanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco Mark, Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Agata, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado Cuadagok, Dalag de Hirang, Daza de Jesus de Lima de Venecia, Defensor de Gama del Mar, de Los Santos, de Macoa, de Maguila, Dimaporo, Imelda, Dimaporo City Amina, Diokno Junicio, Domingo Amogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Dalago.
Madam Speaker, my vote is no. Thank you.
Emano Enverga, Erisa, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnelli, Fendebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gachalian, Gato, Glepa, Go Gomez, Gonzales, Alexandra, Gonzales, Eliza Michael, Gonzales, Christopher Sheen, Gonzales, Roy, Boriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gullias, Guterres, Hernandez, Charisan, Hernandez, Dennis, Hernandez, Ferdinand, Hernandez, Ramil, Hofer, Hasim, Horibata, Ismola, EY, Javier, Co Antonio, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Ko, Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdamayo, Jose Manuel, Lagdamayo, Moniquez, Mina Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazadin, Ledesma, Ligacion, Ligarda, Legazpi, Levista, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Magodadato, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Mero Flores, Momo Montes, Navan, Diazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Paminal Henry, Paminal Sancho, Fernando, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Oreto, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Padiernes, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Promisia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Hensha, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Ridon, Rivera, Trobes, Rodriguez Chilohoya, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romaldo, Sandro Julian, Romaldo Ferdinand Martin, Romaldo Siada Marie, Romualdo Romulo Rocco Zagarbaria, Sacalon Salceda, Sally Salvacion, Salvador Salvamis, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Salon Soriano, Suan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Michelangela Suarez, Sontay Talyado, Tan Eamon, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Taryado, Doro Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino.
Madam Speaker, I vote no and will explain my vote later.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Tolentino, 2-1, 2 for Jocelyn, 2 for Ralph Mendel, 2 Pasiutor, Tio Mali, Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazan, Vergal, Villa, Villafrete Miguel Luis, Villafrete Vincenzo, Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villalago, Yam Suan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnel, Yatco, Inares, Yu Jaisel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 9010. Abante Advincula, Algaro, Alan Alvarez, Mercedes, Amadong Arenas, Aumentado Barbers, Basco, Benitez, Alfredo Benitez, Xavier Miguel, Biron Corvero, Cuba de Yang Daza, De Jesus, De Menecia, De Gamo, De Los Santos, De Maporo City, Amina, Duterte, Harold James, Duterte, Omar Vincent, Duterte, Paulo, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ferrer, Jeffrey, Garcia, Albert, Go, Gulius, Hernandez, Charis, Ann, Hernandez, Dennis, Soribata, EY, Lacson, Mangonadato, Mercado, Revilla, Nazal, Ongchuan, Pordiernos, Pascual Plaza, Primicia Sagabas, Puno, Kimbo, Rector, Mulia, Revilla, Brian, Salceda, Sally, Santos, Maria Ana, Samantha, Chimura, Celon, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Michelangelo, Suarez, Taliados, Dan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Steven Tonitino, Tupas, Tutor, T. Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Veloso Tuazon, Villa Villanueva, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 224 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 10 abstentions, House Bill number 9010 is hereby approved on third and final reading. The Honorable Rene Luis M. Co. from the Kabataan Party List is recognized to explain her vote. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mga kapwa mambabatas at lahat ng mamamayang nakikinig, bumoboto ang kabataan ng no sa House Bill number 9010 at mariin nating tinututulan ang pagbibigay ng prangkisa sa First Gas Pipeline Corporation, not only for transportation but also distribution of natural gas energy, dahil ito po ay 60% owned by Prime Infrastructure Capital Incorporated, which is primarily owned by Enrique Razon Jr., the richest Filipino, the 175th richest in the world with a net worth of $16.5 billion or 1 trillion pesos. Madam Speaker, unang kalahati pa lamang ng taon, sunod-sunod na ang krisis pang ekonomiya na sumalubong sa ating lahat at lalo pang nagbaon sa bansa sa hirap. So Madam Speaker, this is just simple math. An economic crisis plus the unrestricted control of billionaires on our economy equals a disaster for the Filipino people and a super booster for their already fat pockets. May natutuhan po ba tayo sa pagsirit ng presyo ng langis nitong nakaraang mga buwan kung bibigyan lang natin ng prangkisa at dagdag kita si Enrique Razon Jr.? Sa pagpasa ng panukalang batas na ito, hinahayaan na lamang natin na lalo pang magpayaman ang mga mayayaman habang naghihirap at pinagkakakitaan ang higit na napakaraming mga mamamayang naghihirap. Hahayaan lang din natin si Enrique Razon Jr. na pagmay-arian ang lahat ng natural gas infrastructure sa ating bansa habang napapabayaan ng gobyerno ang tungkulin na pangasiwaan ang bawat serbisyong pampubliko. Kaya Madam Speaker, malinaw ang tindig ng kabataan. Wala sa kamay ng mga bilyonaryo ang tunay na pag-unlad ng ating mga pangunahing industriya. No, ang tugon ng kabataan sa pagbibigay ng prangkisa na ito. Serbisyo sa tao, huwag gawing negosyo. Muling isa bansa ang industriya ng langis. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Antonio L. Tino is recognized to explain his vote. You have 3 minutes.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. We register our unequivocal no vote on House Bill number 9010, which grants a 25-year nationwide franchise to First Gas Pipeline Corporation. This bill is not a simple update to an existing franchise. It is a legislative instrument for the wholesale surrender of the nation's strategic energy resources and infrastructure to a private oligarchic monopoly. It directly contravenes the constitutional mandate that all natural resources are owned by the state and must be under its full control and supervision. We vote no for the following reasons. First, the bill creates a private, vertically integrated monopoly over the natural gas sector. It grants a nationwide transmission and distribution franchise. Transmission and distribution franchise to a corporation that is now a central part of an empire controlled by a single tycoon, Enrique Razon. This empire already holds a dominant 45% stake in the Malampaya gas field, controls 60% of the critical Batangas LNG terminal and gas-fired power plants, and now seeks control over the very pipelines that would carry this gas. And again, the franchise is for transmission and distribution. This consolidation of upstream resource extraction, midstream importation and storage, downstream power generation, and now nationwide transmission and distribution into one private hand is a textbook definition of a monopoly. The so-called non-exclusivity clause is a hollow formality, as no other entity can possibly compete after this franchise established a single privately owned national grid. Second, the bill facilitates the plunder of national patrimony. The timing is not coincidental with the announcement of new gas discoveries in Malampaya. This bill ensures that the benefits of this public resource will flow primarily into private coffers. By expanding the franchise to include petroleum and petroleum products without any justification. So this is not just a franchise to distribute natural gas, but also petroleum and petroleum products. The bill strongly suggests preparatory moves to also control and profit from potential oil finds in Malampaya or from any future joint exploration in the West Philippine Sea. Advanced po mag-isip ito. This is a preemptive grab on the nation's remaining energy wealth. Third, the bill will exacerbate the energy crisis and burden the Filipino people. A private monopoly controlling a national transmission network and distribution network has the power to set unaffordable tariffs, dictate terms to power generators, and prioritize export or pure profit over domestic needs. This will lead to higher electricity prices, stifle national industrialization, and deepen energy insecurity. It institutionalizes the crisis of the privatized power sector. Fourth, the bill raises serious questions of corporate maneuvering and legislative good faith. The transfer of the franchise from the parent holding company to its subsidiary coincides with major recent changes in corporate ownership and control. This Congress is being asked to grant a valuable public franchise without full transparency on who the ultimate beneficial owners are.
Please wrap up.
Yes. Let me also mention the infrastructural carbon lock-in. This franchise authorizes a nationwide pipeline system that creates a carbon lock-in effect. The massive capital investment required for such infrastructure ensures that the country will remain tied to fossil gas, particularly to very expensive imported LNG for the next 25 to 50 years to ensure corporate profitability. This effectively crowds out the development of genuine, decentralized, and community-based renewable energy sources like solar and wind, as the national grid becomes structurally dependent on the oligarch-controlled gas network. For these reasons, Madam Chair, we vote no.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to immediately transmit to the Senate all bills that we have just approved on third reading.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill 9257 as contained in Committee Report 300 submitted by the Special Committee on Basis Conversion. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 9257, an act strengthening the Basis Conversion and Development Authority, adding a new Section 15D, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7227, otherwise known as the Basis Conversion Act and Development Act of 1992 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate and that the Vice Chairman of the Special Committee on Basis Conversion, the Honorable Ricardo S. Cruz Jr., be recognized to begin the sponsorship of the measure.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Honorable Ading Cruz is recognized for his sponsorship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our dear colleagues, today we discuss a measure that is simple in its purpose but significant in its impact. The bill is about creating more opportunities for Filipinos. It is about jobs. It is about decent and comfortable housing. It is about stronger communities and greater economic growth. This is House Bill number 9257 in substitution of House Bills numbered 4490, 4899, 5717, 5968, and 6068. Introduced by Representative Rufus Rodriguez, Maximo Rodriguez, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Eric Olivares, Christine Singson, Mihan, Eric Goyap, Edwick Giap, Arturo B. Robes, Jefferson Conghun, Bambi Emano, Ricardo S. Cruz, Carmelo Lasatin Jr., Antonino Roman III, and Ferdinand Beltran. For many years, the Basis Conversion and Development Authority, or BCDA, has transformed former military camps into centers of progress. We have seen this in Bonifacio Global City, Newport City, Clark Freeport Zone, Camp John Hay, and now New Clark City. Lands that once had limited use have become places where business grow, investment come in, and jobs are created. But while these places have grown, one challenge remains. Under the present framework, BCDA development is limited by leasehold arrangement. This means many workers in our economic zones still live far from where they work because affordable and permanent housing options remain limited. And this is exactly what Bill seeks to improve. The bill allows a limited and carefully planned freehold arrangement for residential areas in BCDA zones. In simple terms, this means more opportunities for Filipinos to own homes closer to where they work. Because let us be honest, ang gusto ng Pilipino ay hindi habang buhay na umuupa. Ang gusto natin ay sariling bahay. This bill supports that dream. Imagine a worker spending less time commuting and more time with family. Imagine communities where people can live near jobs, schools, transport, and business. Imagine stronger local economies because people are not only working in these areas but truly building lives there. That is the promise of this measure. The concern raised in the veto during the 19th Congress were heard and all addressed. The bill now dearly recognizes the role of the DENR in land surveys, validation, and titling. It respects existing institutions and follows proper government processes. The bill also addresses concern on one-fund policy. It now expressly provides that revenues shall go to the National Treasury, and importantly, provision that raised concern in the previous version, such as the increase of authorized capital, have already been removed. In short, pinakinggan natin ang bito, inayos natin ang bill. Madam Speaker, colleagues, this measure is not about selling land for the sake of selling land. This is about building communities. This is about giving workers and families a better chance and stability. This is about creating growth that people can actually feel. Kapag mas malapit ang tahanan sa trabaho, mas magaan ang buhay. When families are stronger, communities become stronger. And when communities become stronger, our economy becomes stronger. For these reasons, I express my full support for this measure and respectfully ask for the support of our colleagues in this chamber. Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from Party List Act Teachers, the Honorable Antonio L. Tino, for his interpellation.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from Party List Act Teachers, the Honorable Antonio L. Tino, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Antonio Tino of the Act Teachers Party List is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ginoong sponsor, ilang katanungan lang po kung maaari.
Yes po, Madam Speaker.
Salamat po.
Congressman Tino.
Opo. Well, sa title sabi nga, an act strengthening the Bases Conversion and Development Authority, adding a new section 15D, and amending the BCDA Act of 1982. Pero ano yung strengthening na narito? Section 15D po ang dinadagdag. Declaration of alienable and disposable lands of the Conversion Authority. Okay. So una muna, para malinaw po, ano po ba yung mga lupain na sinasaklaw o sasaklawin kung maging batas ito? Nandito rin naman po. So, kasama po dyan, of course, tama po ba, ginoong sponsor, yung mga lupain ng Clark Special Economic Zone, including New Clark City and Clark Freeport Zone. Tama po?
Tama po.
Opo. So, yung dating, well, yan na nga, Clark. Dating Clark Air Base, yan, no? Poro Point Freeport Zone. Yan, ito po ay nasa La Union. Tama po.
Tama po.
So yung, of course, yung Clark, masaklaw yan. Napakalaki niyan. Pampanga and Tarlac. Tama po ba?
Ang lupa po, eksakto po, ay 3,678 hectares po.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah. So, yun yung Clark. And then, meron tayong Poro Point. And then, meron tayong John Hay Reservation. So, ito naman yung nasa Baguio, of course. And then, Bataan Technology Park within the Morong Special Economic Zone. Okay. Dahil nabanggit na po ng sponsor, pwede na nga po bang matanong, kasi sabi po rito, 10% of the total land area within the following economic and free port zones and reservations under the Conversion Authority is hereby classified as agricultural land and declared as alienable and disposable. Okay. Puntahan na muna natin yung saan ba, anong mga lupa ang pinag-uusapan natin at gaano kalaki. ang magiging coverage nito. So, di isa-isahin na po natin yung sa Clark po, gaano kalaki po yung lupain na involved. Actually, kung mababanggit nyo na, ano yung 10%? Para alam natin. At doon, madiderive na rin natin kung gaano kalaki yung total land area. So sa Clark po, ilang hektarya po yung dinideklarang alienable and disposable?
Madam Speaker, ang sa Clark po ay 3,500 hectares po.
3,500 hectares sa Clark. Tapos sa Oro Point naman po, Oro Point Freeport Zone.
Sa 4 Point ay 23 more or less hectares.
23 hectares. Okay. And then sa John Hay Reservation, ito, maraming nakakaalam din dito. Siyempre, sa Baguio ito, no?
Madam Speaker, sa Camp John Hay po ay around 30 hectares.
Around 30 hectares. And then finally, sa Bataan Technology Park, within the Morong Special Economic Zone,
Madam Speaker, around 36 hectares.
Around 36 hectares. Okay. So ang talagang pinakamalaki po, of course, ay itong sa Clark, 3,500 hectares po. No? So, ano ba ang pwedeng reference dito? If I remember correctly, yung UP Diliman campus is, I think, something like 500 hectares. Parang ganon. No? So, roughly, if I'm correct, parang times 7 noon yung pinag-uusapan natin na laki ng lupa na covered ng batas na ito. Tapos yung sa Poro Point, sa John Hay at sa Bataan, sabi nyo nga, from 23 to 36 hectares. So relatively mas maliliit po. No? Dahil alam naman natin, mas maliliit din yung mga dating kampo na yon. Okay. So yun na po, Madam Speaker, para mas alam natin gaano kalaki yung lupain na covered dito. Tapos ang pinaka-esensya po ng amendment na to is that line. No, this is that 10%, such areas of land, yung nabanggit natin, will now be declared as agricultural land. Diba? So, hereby classified as agricultural land and declared as alienable and disposable. No? Ngayon, tama po ba ako, Madam Speaker at ginoong sponsor, kaya po ginawa yan dahil sa ating konstitusyon, sabi po, Section 3 of Article 12, National Economy and Patrimony, sabi po, lands of the public domain are classified into agricultural, forest or timber, mineral lands, and national parks. Agricultural lands of the public domain may be further classified by law according to the uses to which they may be devoted. Then, alienable lands of the public domain shall be limited to agricultural land. So, sa mga lupain po na pag-aari ng Estado, yun nga, agricultural, forest or timber, mineral lands, and national parks. Yun po ang mga tipo ng lupain na nasa public domain, pag-aari ng Estado. Agricultural lands lang po ang alienable. Alienable, okay, sabi po rito the BCDA lands, 10% of the BCDA lands hereby classified as agricultural land and declared as alienable and disposable. So, kaya po siya dinideklarang agricultural land ay para maging alienable. Tama po?
Tama po.
Tama. Pag sinabing alienable, ano po ba ibig sabihin nun? Para sa kaunawaan ng lahat. Pag sinabing alienable, ano ibig sabihin nun?
Pwede pong, Madam Chairperson, ang ibig sabihin po nun ay pwede pong ibenta.
Ayun. Okay. So, alienable and disposable. So, Sa esensya, ang ginagawa ng batas na ito, yung mga lupain ng saklaw ng BCDA, etong more than 3,600 hectares, all in all, 3,500 of which ay nasa Clark. Lupa yan ng estado. No? Sabihin natin, lupa ng gobyerno, public land, ganon. No? Pero sa ngayon, inalienable. Ibig sabihin, hindi pwedeng ibenta. Okay, ngayon, ang gusto, sa pamamagitan ng batas na ito, ideklara siyang agricultural para pwede nang maibenta. In other words, pwede na pong mapunta sa pribadong kamay. Tama po?
Tama po.
In other words, privatization. Ganun po, privatization ng lupa. Okay, so ganun po ang pinakapakay nito. Okay, ngayon, so sabi nga po, ang autoridad na binibigay ay 10%. Tapos, nagtatakda po na kailangan na merong, kasi ang tanong ngayon, o sige, 10%. Yung mga nabanggit nyo, 3,500 hectares, 30 hectares, and so on and so forth. The next question is, well, alin doon? Aling bahagi? Who will, anong bahagi ng malalaking lupain na to, yung gagawing, pwede nang ibenta? In short, sabi dito, kailangan may master plan na gawin ang BCDA, Section 2, the Master Development Plan. It shall be formulated and prepared jointly by the BCDA and its implementing arm. So gagawa po ng master plan. Sila mag-identify kung ano na yung ipa-privatize at pwede nang ibenta.
Opo.
Tama po?
Tama po, nasabi nyo na po.
Okay. Ngayon, so of course, parang napakalawak, masaklaw ang kapangyarihan. Silang ma-identify kung anong pinaka magandang bahagi, ano yung ibebenta. Sa batas po, meron din namang general na guidelines kung paano daw ang magiging gamit sa lupa. In other words, gabay sa master plan. Sige, gawa kayo ng master plan, pero kailangan yung master plan, i-consider nyo yung ganitong gamit. Alinsunod sa ganito, 5% for residential and residential mixed-use purposes. And 5% for institutional and industrial purposes, consistent with government priorities. Okay. Una, just a clarification. Yung 5% na yon, actually, baka dapat may clarificatory language. Okay, kasi 5% of what? Ano po, ang intention, pwede po bang, kasi 5% ng 10%? Or are we talking about, of the 10%, 5% will be for this purpose, and the other 5% will be for that purpose?
Madam Chair, yung 10% divided sa dalawa.
Ayun. Oo. Oo. So, I'm just flagging that para sa committee na baka may ambiguity na kasi a plausible interpretation could be of the 3,600 hectares which comprise 10% of the land that will be declared alienable and disposable. Baka ang maging interpretation dito 5% nun. Diba? Di iba yon. So yun lang po, i-note lang natin, maybe of the 10%, 5% will be such and such. Okay. Ngayon, anyway, so going back, 5%, dun sa 10%, 5% non-residential and residential mixed-use purposes. Okay. So yun po yung una. Basically, pag residential, housing po. Tama po ba? Private housing. Pag residential mixed use, ano po ibig sabihin nun?
Okay.
Support commercial po, Madam Chair. Bawa, mga groceries.
Okay, so mixed use. So pwedeng meron ding mga shopping, mga shops, businesses. Tama po ba?
Tama po,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
And the like, residential mixed use. Okay. Ang tanong lang po natin, pag sinabing residential, of course, sa atin, ang residential, para kanino? Yun ang importanteng tanong. Di ba? Para kanino? Also, given that there is a massive, napakalaki po ng housing backlog sa Pilipinas. Alam po natin yan. Ilan nga ang kabuuan? Something like 30 million. Hindi ko maalala, no? At the moment, the figure escapes me, but napakalaki po ng housing backlog natin. Napakaraming Pilipino ang walang bahay. Okay? Kaya nga, ang tanong po ngayon, para kanino ang magiging housing na to? Kasi residential ito, pero sa ating batas, maraming klase ng housing. Meron pong high-end, di ba? Merong pang middle, and then merong socialized. Di ba? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Dito sa batas, meron po bang mandato para sa, na yung lupa ng BCDA, napakalaki naman, 3,500 hectares. Meron bang mandato rito na at least merong sa residential na yan ay maglalaan po ng pabahay para sa daan-daan libong mamamayan ng Pilipinas, lalo na sa Central Luzon, na wala pong bahay. Relocation area nga po yan di ba? Yun po, ang tanong natin. In other words, para kanino po yung residential na ito?
Madam Chair, primarily po ay para po doon sa mga empleyadong within o nasa loob mismo ng lupa.
Primarily para sa mga empleyado. Okay. So in other words, it should be affordable. Tama
Yes.
po ba?
Tama po,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Hindi, kasi po, bago po tayo sumalang dito, Madam Speaker, nabanggit po ng ating magiting na sponsor na siya ang kinatawan ng Taguig Pateros. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
At nabanggit nyo po yung BGC. Di po ba? Bonifacio Global City. And of course, parang ganito nga yung nangyari doon na yung malawak na lupain ng Fort Bonifacio, kaya nga BGC, parang ganito ang karanasan. At para sa Taguig po, naging positive, sabi nyo, di ba? Of course, naintindihan natin, napakalaki ng income na generate nito. Pero alam din natin, yung BGC ay high-end po yan. Tama po ba? Exclusive. Parang, kumbaga, kabilang sa pinakamahal yata, yung mga condo and so on, dyan sa BGC. So, ang tanong lang po natin, baka naman ganun din po mangyari dito sa mga lupain na ito, no, na habang daan-daan libo, milyon po ang mga kababayan natin na walang dissenting pabahay, ay ang lupa ng gobyerno na ito ay syempre maximization of income yan di syempre baka maraming BGC ang malikha rito. Paano yan?
Yes po, Madam Chair. Yan po ang sinusolusyonan natin dito para maka-avail o maka-afford yung ating po mga maraming kababayan dito po sa sinasabing lupang ito.
Okay. Well, yun po ang hindi explicit. Wala pong tuwirang mandato rito na sa residential and residential mixed use ay meron pong talagang ilalaan para sa socialized, di ba? Para sa or pabahay para sa mahirap. Kahit yung nabanggit nyo, yung manggagawa. Ganun po. mga empleyado ng BCDA.
Hindi po express, pero pwede pong ilagay sa
okay.
master plan.
Okay. Pwedeng ilagay sa master plan. Pero pwede pong, hindi po ba pwede rin, ilagay na sa batas para tiyakin na sa master plan ay nandun. Kumbaga, may mandato na ang Kongreso na maglaan kayo dyan ng para sa
siguro po, magpo-propose na lang po tayo sa gagawin nating IRR.
Okay. Anyway, ninonote po natin yon. So, wala pong malinaw na mandato na, in other words, ang tanong natin, para kanino po ba ito? No? Ngayon, ang malinaw na wala na talaga rito ay yung sa paggamit ng lupa, residential and residential mixed purpose, and then for institutional and industrial purposes, consistent with government priorities. Okay. Iklaro lang po muna natin. Mag-move muna tayo dito sa pangalawa. Yung other 5% is for institutional and industrial purposes consistent with government priorities. Industrial, parang medyo malino na po yun, no? Na for yung mga manufacturing and so on and so forth. Okay. Yung institutional, ano po ang ibig sabihin nun? Institutional purposes.
Yun po yung mga schools, mga
hospital, gano'n?
Hospital, government institution. Yun po
Okay.
yun.
But not for government. Tama po ba? Not for government. Kasi ang lupa na to sa gobyerno na eh. So, pag sinabing institutional, we're talking about private institutions?
Pwede rin po, tulad ng Bangko Sentral Government.
Okay. So, in other words, ibebenta ito ng gobyerno pero pwede niyang, paano po yun? How does that work? Ibebenta sa ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, ganun po.
Pwede po, government to government.
Government to government. So,
Apo.
pwede rin. Okay. Well, curious lang po ako kasi ngayon nasa balita po yung Pax Silica. Di ba? Yung, meron dumating pa nga dito na recently, USEC ng Under Secretary of State ng United States of America, tapos binibida niya yung itatatag daw na Pax Silica, meaning a manufacturing corridor in Luzon to include this area, yung New Clark City, para daw sa AI manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, and development or processing of rare earth minerals to secure the critical defense and economic supply chains for the United States. At naging controversial pa nga to dahil mukhang nag-demand yung US na sa itatayo daw nila na economic zone, tawag nila doon, economic security zone, ang hinihingi nila, exempted daw sa batas ng Pilipinas. They wanted, the term used in media is diplomatic immunity, no? But basically, parang sinasabi nila, dito sa Pax Silica na ito, hindi iiral ang batas ng Pilipinas. So, ang tanong ko po ay, kasama po yan doon sa pwedeng gamit pag sinabi nating institutional purposes. Tama po ba?
Hindi daw po kasama kasi under the Constitution, di po pwede po yung mag-own ang foreigner dito.
Okay. Sige, tinanong ko lang po. Okay, so yun na po yung, so in other words, for residential and residential mixed-use purposes and for institutional and industrial purposes. So kinlaro nyo po. Pero malinaw din po na wala dito sa purposes na ito yung agricultural. Di ba? Tama po ba? So, ibig sabihin, ika-classify siya. Yun ang irony po. Ika-classify as agricultural lands, pero actually, hindi gagamitin para sa agrikultura. Naintindihan natin, kaya tinawag na agricultural lands kasi yan lang inaalaw ng konstitusyon para maging alienable and disposable. Pero, nevertheless, yung 3,500 hectares na to na lupain ng Clark in particular, ay napakalawak po yan na malaking bahagi niyan agricultural lands. And in fact, hindi po ito mga uninhabited lands. Sa totoo lang, maraming mga nandyan. May mga magsasaka, merong mga indigenous peoples, no, na meron ding claim at nabubuhay mula sa lupa doon. So, bakit po hindi kasama ang agricultural dito sa mga purposes na tinatakda ng batas?
Madam Chair, kasi po ito po ay special economic zone for development.
Okay. At, well, Madam Speaker, I mean, development of, high-tech and modernized agriculture is also economic development. Hindi po ba ginoong sponsor?
Tama po, Madam Speaker.
Opo. So, yun nga, gusto ko lang malaman, yung thinking talagang out of the question para sa mga proponents ang paggamit ng mga lupang ito sa maunlad na agrikultura, no? Kasi nga may mga magsasaka doon, no? At may mga IP tayo, mga AITA, no, na hindi necessarily hindi necessarily angkop sa kanila na magtrabaho sa call center or sa ano pa man, 'di ba? Na maaring or maging service worker sa mga mixed-use establishments, no? Halimbawa sa Jollibee or whatever, kung ano man ang nandyan. So yun po, this is still largely an agricultural area after all, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker at ginoong sponsor. So bakit po in-exclude yung agrikultura? At at mas mahalaga, ano mangyayari sa mga magsasaka? Both yung kasama na doon yung mga indigenous people na para sa kanila ancestral domain nila yan.
Some development po ng master plan po ay kasama po sila doon. They will be consulted po ang ating mga
okay. So, nako, Madam Speaker, alam na natin yan, they will be consulted. Minsan, ganun po ang nangyayari, that is a prelude to displacement, no? Yun po ang concern na nire-raise natin dito. Tapos, sige po, iniintindi natin yung mga provision at ang nais gawin. So, 10% ay ipaprivatize for residential as well as for industrial and institutional use. No, so, ang vision nga, katulad ng on the side, pinag-usapan na, vision is mainly parang kung ano yung nangyari sa BGC. Tama po ba? Parang gano'n, ano? Okay. Pero may dagdag na provision pa po rito, no? Hindi po tumitigil dun sa 5% dahil meron pa pong provided that the President of the Philippines may, considering market demand and economic conditions, declare an additional 5% for the same purposes. Tama po.
Tama po, Madam
So,
Chair.
ibig sabihin, hindi lang yung 10%, pero dinedelegate pa ng Kongreso sa Presidente yung desisyon. Pwede pa, additional 5%. No? On top of yung 3,600 hectares na nabanggit natin kanina na mabenta rin, no, for these purposes. Okay. Tapos, ang tanging gabay sa desisyon na yan ng Presidente, considering market demand and economic conditions. So very general po, no, na ano yung pwedeng trigger kung kailan niya ibebenta muli ito, very general. Nino-note ko lang po, Madam Speaker. Okay. And then of course, privatization ito ng lupa
So, sabi po sa Section 3, proceeds from the sale and disposition under this act shall be remitted to the Bureau of the Treasury and shall accrue to the general fund. Okay. Meron po bang estimate ang BCDA? Magkano po ang potensyal na pwedeng kitain ng BCDA at ng National Treasury, sa pag-inimplement, pag napasa ang batas na ito? Siguro naman po gumawa ng mga pag-aaral ang mga proponents.
Madam Speaker, ang estimate po ay 1.8 trillion for 30 years. 35 years. 1.8 trillion estimate for 35 years.
Over 35 years. Pero we're talking about a sale, a one-time sale. Ano po ang hindi ko po ma-appreciate yung figure. Why over 35 years?
By phase po, Madam Speaker. By phase.
By phase. Ibig sabihin, utay-utayin, ganun po ba ang pagbenta ng lupa?
Depende po sa master plan po.
Kaya nga, depende sa master plan. So mukhang, I don't think that yung master plan ba na yun is covers 35 years? Ganun po ba? Hindi naman yata, ano? Baka yan, baka yan yung, I'm just trying to make sense of the figure, Madam Speaker, baka yan yung projected income that will be generated or wealth that will be generated from privatizing this, pero hindi lahat yun ay pupunta sa gobyerno. Baka ganun siguro. Hindi po ba?
Lahat po yun mapupunta.
Lahat mapupunta sa gobyerno over 35 years. Okay? Hindi, pakipaliwanag lang po. Why would there be, kasi sale of land to eh. So, paano mangyayari na over 35 years kikita? Di ba, pag nabenta mo na. Paano yun?
Madam Chair, depende po yan, Madam Speaker, depende po yan sa demand ng market po.
Okay. Sige po. Okay. So, yun na lang po, Madam Speaker. Humingi lang po ako ng mga kalinawan sa hinihiling or sa gagawin ng kung sakaling may sa batas ito, sa esensya ay privatisasyon ng malalawak na lupain ng BCDA, lalong-lalo na itong nasa Clark. No? Pero kasama rin ng iba pa. At ang mga concern nga po natin ay malaking privatization. In the past, nakita natin kung paanong talagang ang pangunahing nakinabang rito ay ang mga malalaking real estate developer. No? At na-raise natin ang concern, sino ang makikinabang? Paano naman yung mga milyong-milyong Pilipino, lalo na yung nasa Central Luzon, na walang disenteng pabahay, may maaasahan ba sila rito? Hindi po malinaw yon, no? At paano naman yung mga magsasaka at mga indigenous people na nasasaklaw, no? At maaring maagawan ng lupa, maaring wala silang titulo pero nandun sila. Paano ang kanilang kabuhayan? Ano ang gagawin? Ano ang mangyayari sa kanila? Paano sila makikinabang? Makikinabang nga ba sila? Yan po ang mga pangamba natin kapag naipasa ang batas na ito. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Sponsor at Madam Speaker sa pagkakataong ito. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker, at maraming salamat, Kong Tinyo. Ala ko, isa lang itatanong mo sa akin, marami pala. Thank you po, thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we recognize the Honorable Tino.
The Honorable
Propose an
Tino,
individual amendment, Madam Speaker.
for your individual amendment,
Yes.
you're recognized.
Kung open po yung sponsor, katulad po ng diniscuss natin, so kanina dito sa section 1A, which will introduce, insert a section 15D, di ba napag-usapan natin yung sa residential. Bukas po ba ang sponsor na tanggapin yung specific na mandato na yung residential ay may paglalaan o prioritization paglalaan para sa socialized housing para mabigyan ng pabahay ang mga Pilipinong walang bahay.
Yes po.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes po, Madam Speaker. Portion.
A portion.
Opo.
A portion.
Madam Speaker, may we request the gentleman to state specifically the individual amendment?
Sige po, Madam Speaker. Well,
Please proceed, Honorable Tino.
So subject to style po, 5% for residential and residential mixed-use purposes, giving substantially set aside for socialized housing.
Madam Chair, pwede po
Subject
bang
to style.
i-state po ng ating congressman kung ano yung exact
sige po.
amendments niya po para po dito po sa
Do you
bill.
wish to suspend so we can discuss the actual amendment? Yes?
Yes,
Session
Madam Speaker.
suspended.
Thank you. Thank you po.
Session resumed. The Honorable Tino for your amendment, if you can please repeat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My proposed amendment is in line 4 of page 2 of the bill.
5% for residential and residential mixed-use purposes, primarily for socialized housing.
What does the,
Madam Chair.
the sponsor say?
I accept,
What does the House say?
Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker, I move to accept to approve the amendment.
It's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The amendment's approved. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's all.
you.
Thank you to the sponsor.
Madam Speaker, there being no other members who wish to give individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill 9257.
Those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9257 is approved on second reading. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Speaker, move to suspend.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the committee reports for referral.
Is there any
the proper
objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the following committee reports.
Additional reference of business. Committee reports. Committee report number 337 and 338 submitted by the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill numbers 9452 and 9453. Committee report numbers 339 and 347 submitted by the Special Committee on Creative Industries on House Resolution numbers 872, 546, 547, 781, 785, 871, 891, 588, and 951. Committee report number 348 submitted by the Committee on Public Order and Safety and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 9461. Committee report number 349 submitted by the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs on House Bill number 9462. Committee report number 350 and 351 submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill numbers 9463 and 9464. Committee report number 352 submitted by the Committee on Public Information and the Committee on Information and Communications Technology on House Bill number 9465.
To the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business. Committee report. Committee report number 353 submitted by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 9466.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business, I move that we take up on second reading House Bill number 9461 under Committee Report number 348. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 9461, an act strengthening child protection safeguards, regulatory measures, policies, and enforcement mechanisms against online sexual abuse or exploitation of children, OSAIC, and child sexual abuse or exploitation materials, CSIAM, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 11930, otherwise known as the Anti-Online Sexual Abuse or Exploitation of Children, OSAIC, and Anti-Child Sexual Abuse or Exploitation Materials, CSIAM Act, providing penalties for violations thereof and appropriating funds therefor.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Rolando M. Valeriano, Chairperson of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Rolando M. Valeriano from the 2nd District of Manila is recognized for his sponsorship.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, my dear colleagues, it is my honor and privilege to sponsor the committee report on House Bill number 9461, otherwise known as the Child Online Safety and Protection Act of 2026. The Philippines has long been identified as one of the global epicenters of online sexual abuse or exploitation of children, or OSAIC, and child sexual abuse or exploitation materials, CSAM, due to the alarming number of victims and facilitators operating in the country. At the same time, the Philippines is also in a unique position to become a global leader in identifying and pursuing demand-side perpetrators through stronger international coordination and information sharing. According to the International Justice Mission's Scale of Harm study, nearly 500,000 Filipino children were trafficked in 2022 alone to produce child sexual exploitation materials, equivalent to 1 in every 100 Filipino children. Meanwhile, a study by ECPAT, UNICEF, and Interpol found that 20% of Filipino internet users aged 12 to 17 experience serious forms of online sexual abuse or exploitation, including blackmail, non-consensual sharing of intimate images, and coercion through money or gifts. Data from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children further showed that in 2024, the Philippines ranked second worldwide in cyber tip line reports. recording over 1.7 million reports, placing the Philippines second to India despite our country having a far smaller population. This figures highlights the urgent need for stronger and more responsive measures to protect Filipino children online. Republic Act number 11930 or the Anti-OSAIC and Anti-SISAM Act was a landmark law that criminalized these offenses and established mechanisms for prevention and enforcement. However, experience since its enactment has revealed important legal and implementation gaps that must now be addressed. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to guarantee the special protection of every Filipino child from all forms of neglect, abuse, cruelty, exploitation, and conditions prejudicial to their development, and imposes heightened duties of care on internet intermediaries, digital platforms, financial intermediaries, regulators, and learning institutions in preventing, detecting, stopping, and reporting these crimes. This bill improves accountability, clarifies duties and responsibilities, strengthens lawful information sharing among agencies and the private sector, and adopt a technology-neutral and future-oriented approach to address emerging online threats. Ultimately, the bill seeks to create a stronger and more coordinated national framework that protects children, improves investigations and prosecutions, strengthens victim protection, and ensure that offenders and facilitators are held accountable. Because of the urgent need to strengthen our country's response against online sexual abuse and exploitation of children, I urge our colleagues to support the approval of this LEDAC priority measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Belia Vanessa B. Swansing to deliver her sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Bella Vanessa B. Swansing from the 2nd District of Sultan Kudarat is recognized for her sponsorship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. On behalf of the House Committee on Public Order and Safety, and as chairperson of the Technical Working Group of the Amendments of Republic Act number 11930, or the Anti-Online Sexual Abuse and Exploitation of Children, and Anti-Child Sexual Abuse or Exploitation Materials Act, or the Anti-OSAIC and SISAM Act of 2022, it is my great honor to sponsor House Bill number 9461. The measure we put forward for consideration of this chamber today is a product of 40 hours of official meetings between national government agency and civil society partners, law enforcement agencies, field practitioners, immediate rescue team members, non-government organization and advocacy leaders, and organizations of victim survivors, and countless hours of discussions in between. Provisions introduced by this measure to exhaust all possible means of protecting our children against insidious abusers are the result of the steadfast and persistent efforts of our government and non-government partners, all of whom have seen far too many children fall into the evil of abuse and exploitation, and have dedicated their lives' work to making sure that we do our part to save others from falling from the same fate. Through the trust of this chamber, it has been the honor of our life to work closely with them for such vital piece of legislation for both this current generation of youth and the next, and now to present for consideration what they hope this government does in its duty to protect our nation's children. There's a reason why this collective pursuit against sexual abuse and exploitation of children has to be addressed by law and addressed immediately. 1 in 5 Filipino children between the ages of 12 and 17 has experienced online sexual abuse. That is the figure determined jointly by the United Nations, the UNICEF, the Interpol, and the NCPAT. And this is a number that policymakers around the world see when they think of Filipino children. Sexual abuse and exploitative materials depicting Filipino children have been sold for a going rate of 150 pesos, $3 American. Internet Watch Foundation's report in 2026 identified 8,000 child sexual abuse images and videos generated by artificial intelligence alone. An average child endures prolonged abuse for 2 years before rescue, with some victims as young as a few months old. 0 to 4% of victims report what abuse they endured, because only around 3% of children know how to report the helplines. These are the issues House Bill number 9461 then pursues to address. Once passed into law, House Bill number 9461 will establish mechanisms, structures, and procedures that will ensure that this government addresses the key stages of our national campaign against sexual abuse and exploitation of children, especially given the myriad of challenges that have arisen in the advent of artificial intelligence. From the reporting of offenses and crimes, to the investigation, identification, and detection of victims and perpetrators, to the prosecution of offenders in all stages of crime committed, to the aftercare of victims, and for all those who are working in the front lines to make sure that our victims are rescued and cared for. And finally, and most importantly, the prevention of these abuses and crimes through strong partnerships with local communities and stakeholders, so that these communities are made aware on how these abuses take place and why, and what they can do to stop them. This measure augments the already existing definition of crimes under RA number 11930 to specifically consider acts that are enabled through artificial intelligence and other technological and machine learning tools. For example, under this current bill, a child whose face and likeness is depicted in the form of synthetic media without their consent may now file a complaint, or the parents or any individual acting on behalf of that child. A child defined under this bill is not just those who fall under the age of 18, but also those who are unable to fully care for themselves because of pre-existing physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory disabilities or conditions. This bill also expands the crime of the sexualization of a child to cover acts that are now currently under law considered as innocent due to the lack of lewd or vulgar sexual content depicting children, even when the setting, staging, or posing of a child reasonably and obviously suggests the opposite. This bill introduces the crime of grooming and the sexual extortion of a child, particularly those that happen on the digital space, and now finally holds liable under law all accomplices and accessories, anyone who aids or abets perpetrators of sexual abuse and exploitation of children, which is now not covered under law. It criminalizes the act of designing or distributing technological tools and applications that have been developed and configured specifically for the generation of child sexual content, and punishes by law anyone who pressures a victim of OSAIC or any witness to any OSAIC crime not to report or initiate a complaint, including any official or employee of the government who facilitates, arranges, initiates, or participates in any meeting, mediation, or negotiation between victims and offenders. Recognizing that the issue of OSAIC spans across national borders, House Bill number 9461 attempts to cover all potential digital platforms, intermediaries, and products through which abuse and exploitation can be committed against our children, and subject the same to legal duties and responsibilities, the neglect of the performance of which shall be subject to criminal and administrative sanctions, including the takedown or immediate blocking of their platforms on Philippine territory. Beyond internet service providers and internet access providers, which are hosting providers, including cloud storage and file sharing services, and content delivery network services that operate in Philippine territory, will now be subject to duties and responsibilities for the prevention and prosecution of crimes relating to the abuse and exploitation of children, and shall be mandated to designate a legal representative in the Philippines. To support these measures, this bill also mandates the adoption of safety by design mechanisms for applications, platforms, and other forms of digital tools operating in the Philippines. To capacitate our law enforcement agencies to perform their functions under this measure, House Bill number 9461 introduces the authority to conduct digital forensic examinations and the authority to issue subpoenas on the part of the Chief of the PNP Women and Children Protection Center and the Chief of the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group. At the same time, a child who may be a victim of OSAIC may be rescued and taken under protective custody by the local social welfare office or the local enforcement agents, whichever applicable, under mere reasonable suspicion that the child is a victim or a potential victim of OSAIC, whether or not the crime was successful or whether or not it was merely attempted. To enhance the extensity of the scope through which the perpetrators of child sexual abuse and exploitation may be persecuted, House Bill number 9461 introduces the establishment of the National Financial Intelligence Fusion Platform for the detection of OSAIC and SISAIM-related activities, the first of its kind in the Philippine government. This platform enables real-time sharing and joint analysis of financial intelligence between government agencies, law enforcement, regulatory agencies, and financial institutions for the detection of OSAIC and SISAIM-related activities, which will generate investigative leads and enhance analytical products that directly support timely law enforcement, regulatory, protective, and disruptive action. The authority given to payment service providers and financial institutions to temporarily hold or restrict financial accounts and or activities of these accounts upon reasonable suspicion of the account being utilized for OSAIC-related activities under this bill provides teeth to what will result from the intelligence sharing on the part of the stakeholders involved in the identification and investigation of offenders. While the mandate imposed on payment service providers and financial entities to continually update and review their respective internal guidelines and detection systems for flagging potential transactions involving OSAIC activities upon the direction of existing financial regulators ensures the efficacy of such information sharing mechanisms in ensuring proper referral, detection, investigation, and coordination of criminal activities to competent authorities. But what perhaps may be the highlight of House Bill number 9461 is the establishment of the Philippine Child Sex Offenders Registry, which would be the flagship program of the national government that underscores this administration's commitment to the protection of the most vulnerable of society. The Philippine Child Sex Offenders Registry, which is to be lodged, overseen, and maintained by the operational arm of the National Council of Child Online Safety and Protection, is a platform that shall be directly accessible to the public. This registry shall cover those convicted with final judgment of all sexual offenses against children. This registry will be created with utmost consideration of the rights of the offenders through providing only the most minimal information of offenders needed for parents, families, and any other member of society concerned with child welfare and safety. This registry shall be established in the recognition that all forms of abuse, whether through physical or digital means, are interrelated and may involve the same offender behavior, grooming patterns, and means of victimization. And in order to ensure that we exhaust all means to secure and protect our children from these forms and acts. Furthermore, House Bill number 9461 attempts to provide for the most comprehensive care for victims through building off of programs already provided by RA 11930 in the form of resilience, education continuity, livelihood, and economic support programs for victims. And now, providing for a 48-hour immediate victim stabilization period, emergency protection, safety planning, comprehensive assessment of physical, psychological, social, particularly medical examinations, psychiatric care, the use of interpreters, financial assistance for legal fees. This bill hopes to provide the assurance of reintegration not just through scholarships, livelihoods, and other forms of assistance for victims, but most importantly, to provide the assurance that government authorities tasked with enforcement will exhaust all means necessary to make sure that the exploitative material in which the child victim is portrayed would not recirculate and re-traumatize the subject. Finally, as acknowledgement and to honor the respect the efforts of those in the front lines of our national campaign against the abuse and exploitation of our children, House Bill number 9461 provides for the aftercare of frontline personnel, social welfare officers, law enforcement agents, teachers, prosecution offices, through psychological debriefing, counseling, peer support, crisis intervention, wellness and stress management activities, trauma recognition and access to psychological first aid, while also enabling them temporary respite, reassignment upon manifestations of traumatic stress, with assurance that the same shall be without prejudice to their employment status. Through all these aforementioned provisions, House Bill number 9461 hopes to ensure the availability of help and assistance for all agents, actors, and stakeholders involved in the collective pursuit to stop the abuse and exploitation of our children, and hopes to provide all the legal and policy mechanisms and support needed to support this pursuit. Madam Speaker, we call for the support of our colleagues for this measure. One day, we hope to look at our children in the eye and say that we did our best to protect them from what can harm them. I know that the members of this chamber want to be able to do the same. And so I implore each and everyone listening tonight to support the urgent passage of this measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wish to interpellate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority
Madam
Leader.
Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sarah Jane I. Elago of Party List Gabriela Women's Party for her individual amendment.
The Honorable Sarah Jane Alago from the Gabriela Women's Party list is recognized for her individual amendment.
Madam Speaker, I move to amend Section 27, page 41, line 20, by placing a comma after the word loss and by adding the following phrase: without mandating sensitive personal information and data processing mechanisms, period.
What does the House say? What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move to approve the amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The individual amendment introduced is approved. Majority Leader.
Next, Madam Speaker, let me move to my next and final individual amendment. I move to amend Section 62, page 84, line 10, by inserting the words "with finality" between the words "convicted" and "of."
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Chair.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move to approve the amendments.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment's approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no individual or committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9461 under Committee Report number 348.
Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9461 is approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 9.
Session suspended.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business, additional calendar business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 9466 as contained in Committee Report number 353. And for this purpose, my request that Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 9466, an act converting the National Feeding Program into a National Nutrition Program by expanding its scope and coverage and enhancing its support mechanisms and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11037 or the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate and that the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, the Honorable Roman Romulo, be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Honorable Roman T. Romulo from the Lone District of Pasig City is recognized for his sponsorship.
Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I am privileged to sponsor a measure that recognizes nutrition as a cornerstone of learning, growth, and nation building. This bill proposes the transformation of the National Feeding Program under Republic Act number 11037 into a more comprehensive, science-based, and sustainable national nutrition program. At the heart of this measure is a simple but urgent reality. Hunger and undernutrition remain among the gravest barriers to learning, development, and productivity among Filipino children. For many of our learners, especially those in vulnerable communities, the classroom is difficult to navigate on an empty stomach. A child who is hungry cannot concentrate. A child who is undernourished struggles to grow, to learn, and to thrive. This measure recognizes that nutrition is not a one-time intervention, it is a continuing, integrated, and multi-sectoral responsibility. That is why this bill expands the current feeding program into a broader, nutrition-centered framework that addresses not only caloric intake, but also micronutrient deficiencies, food quality, child development, maternal nutrition, sanitation, health education, and local food sustainability. Madam Speaker, the proposed measure introduces several key reforms. First, it expands the coverage of the program. For early childhood care, undernourished children below 5 years old shall receive fortified meals for at least 200 days annually in child development centers. For basic education, all learners from kindergarten to grade 3 shall be covered, while undernourished learners from grades 4 to 12 shall likewise benefit from sustained feeding throughout the school year, including summer remedial classes. Importantly, the measure also includes nutritionally at-risk pregnant learners, children with disabilities, indigenous learners, and other marginalized sectors. Second, the bill institutionalizes a stronger milk feeding program. The measure prioritizes locally produced fresh milk and fresh milk-based products sourced from Filipino dairy farmers and cooperatives. This does not only improve child nutrition, it also creates livelihood opportunities and stimulates the growth of the local dairy industry. By linking nutrition programs with agricultural development, we create a virtuous cycle where feeding our children also supports our farmers and fisher folk. Third, the measure strengthens nutrition governance and scientific standards. The bill ensures that menus are developed in coordination with nutrition experts, the National Nutrition Council, and the Department of Science and Technology Food and Nutrition Research Institute. It also provides for annual nutritional adjustments based on science and inflation to ensure that meal quality remains adequate and responsive. Moreover, the bill incorporates micronutrient supplementation, iron and folic acid interventions, health examinations, deworming, sanitation, hygiene, and nutrition education. Because nutrition is not solved and sustained community participation. Fourth, this measure empowers local communities. Parents, parent substitute, barangays, local government units, cooperatives, and grassroots organizations are all recognized as active partners in the implementation. The establishment of central kitchens in school divisions will also improve efficiency, food safety, and timely meal distribution. Lastly, and most importantly, it must be emphasized that the funds appropriated under this measure are intended primarily for the direct nutritional needs of our beneficiaries. No portion of the appropriated amount shall be used for operational costs, administrative overhead, or non-essential expenditures that diminish the resources meant for feeding and nutrition intervention. Every peso allocated under this program must translate into actual meals, nutritional support, and tangible benefits for Filipino children. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, one of the most important features of this measure is its support for local agriculture. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, this measure reflects a fundamental principle that every Filipino child deserves the chance to grow healthy, learn effectively, and reach their full potential. When we invest in nutrition, we invest in education. When we invest in education, we invest in human capital. And when we invest in our children, we invest in the future of our republic. The long-term costs of malnutrition are enormous. Poor academic outcomes, weakened immunity, lost productivity, and intergenerational poverty. But the benefits of proper nutrition are equally transformative. This bill is therefore not merely an expenditure. It is a strategic national investment, an investment in healthier children, an investment in stronger communities, an investment in a more productive and resilient Philippines. For these reasons, I respectfully seek the support of this august chamber for the immediate passage of this measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, dear colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendments or any individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 9466.
Those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9466 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader. Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we consider House Bill number 9465 under Committee Report 352? And may we call the Honorable Jordan Suwan for his sponsorship speech.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 9465, an act prohibiting the deliberate dissemination of false information that poses verifiable public harm or serious threat to national security, establishing digital platform accountability and transparency mechanisms, and promoting media and digital literacy.
Majority Leader.
I move to open the period of sponsorship, Madam.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
And I move that we recognize the Honorable Congressman Jordan Suwan.
The Honorable Jordan G. Suwan from the 1st District of Cagayan de Oro City is recognized for his sponsorship.
Madam Speaker, today we take up a measure that touches two things that every democracy must protect: truth and freedom. And let me state at the outset, this bill is not about choosing one over the other. It is about preserving both. There are those who will say that any law addressing false information is a threat to free expression. That concern deserves respect. In a democracy, skepticism toward government power is not a weakness, it is a virtue. But there is another question that we must also have the courage to ask. What happens to freedom when truth itself becomes the casualty? What happens when lies destroy reputations, manipulate markets, incite panic, undermine public safety, interfere with elections, or cause real and measurable harm to ordinary citizens? What happens when falsehood is no longer an accident, but a deliberate weapon? Because freedom of speech was never intended to be freedom to knowingly deceive. Freedom of expression protects ideas, opinions, criticism, dissent, satire, advocacy, and even unpopular views. But a democratic society cannot be indifferent when falsehood is deliberately manufactured and intentionally spread to cause harm. The challenge before us is therefore not whether we should protect freedom. The challenge is whether we possess the wisdom to protect freedom without surrendering truth. And that is precisely what this bill attempts to do. It does not criminalize disagreement. It does not criminalize criticism of government. It does not criminalize political opposition. It does not criminalize mistakes made in good faith. Instead, it is carefully directed at conduct involving the knowing dissemination of false information coupled with the intent to cause legally recognized harm. The threshold is deliberately high because we recognize that freedom is too important to be burdened by vague or arbitrary standards. Madam Speaker, the digital age has transformed the way information moves. A single post can reach millions in minutes. A fabricated story can cross the country before the truth has the opportunity to respond. Technology has amplified many of the best aspects of democratic participation, but it has also amplified deception at a scale that previous generations could never have imagined. And if democratic institutions fail to confront that reality, then we leave citizens defenseless against those who weaponize falsehood for profit, influence, manipulation, or disruption. This is not a debate between those who support freedom and those who oppose it. Every member of this House supports freedom. The real debate is how a free society should respond when false information causes real harm. As we proceed today, I ask only that we approach this discussion guided not by fear, not by slogans, and not by assumptions, but by the actual text of the bill, the safeguards it contains, and the constitutional principles it respects, and the realities that it seeks to address. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we recognize also Representative Antonino Roman, 1st District of Bataan, for his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Anthony Roman is recognized for his sponsorship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, I rise in support of this substitute measure. We live in a time when information travels faster than verification. A fake emergency advisory can trigger panic. A fabricated election notice can mislead voters. A manipulated video can destroy reputations, inflame tensions, or undermine trust in institutions before truth has a chance to catch up. But let me be equally clear. In confronting disinformation, we must not become a threat to the very freedoms we seek to protect. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and freedom of the press are not obstacles to democracy. They're among its strongest safeguards. That is precisely why this measure attempts to draw careful lines. This bill does not criminalize ordinary mistakes, unpopular opinions, criticism of government, satire, journalism, advocacy, academic discourse, or legitimate political speech. Instead, it narrowly targets knowing and willful conduct involving false information disseminated with actual knowledge of falsity or reckless disregard for truth, coupled with specific intent to cause verifiable public harm or a serious threat to national security. The measure also recognizes that today's information environment is shaped not only by individuals, but by digital platforms whose systems influence visibility, amplification, and public discourse. Accordingly, the bill introduces transparency and accountability mechanisms for digital platforms, including transparency reporting, notice and action systems, explanations for moderation decisions, advertising transparency, and safeguards against coordinated deceptive online operations. At the same time, the bill builds in due process protections, administrative safeguards, judicial recourse, congressional oversight, and a sunset review mechanism to ensure continuing scrutiny of the law's implementation and impact. Importantly, this measure recognizes a truth that legislation alone cannot solve the problem of disinformation. The long-term answer is not censorship, it is resilience. That is why the bill promotes media and digital literacy, critical thinking, fact-checking awareness, and responsible online engagement. Madam Speaker, the challenge before us is not simple. If we do too little, malicious actors may exploit digital spaces to cause real-world harm. If we do too much, we risk chilling lawful expression and constitutional freedoms. Our task, therefore, is not to choose between liberty and responsibility, but to pursue a framework that protects both. This substitute bill is an attempt, not a perfect one, but a serious one, to strike that balance. I respectfully ask for the support of our colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we call Representative Reneco to interpolate the honorable sponsor.
The Honorable Reneco is recognized for interpellation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before anything else, I'd like to begin the interpellation of this representation with the manifestation that this representation and the sector that it represents understands the grave importance of addressing fake news and disinformation. In fact, the youth and this representation, along with it, are frequent victims of falsified narratives seeking to diminish the voices of the youth, their valid and protected political expression, which aims, at the end of the day, to silence, to disempower the youth alongside other marginalized sectors. However, in the context of misused counterterrorism laws and criminal speech laws, we must be wary with the definitions we put in place, with the provisions, and even the practice of using punitive sanctions as a means to address this phenomena. With that being said, I'd like to begin with a question of a definition outlined in Section 3. Section 3X provides the definition to serious threat to national security. Several po yun, iilan po yung nakalagay doon, pero may isa po it includes activity that, quote, materially impairs the lawful operations of government. Besides the enumeration provided, ano po yung naiisip natin covered by the lawful operations of government, Madam Speaker?
Operations covered by the lawful, what was that? I'm sorry.
Section 3X, which includes activity that materially impairs the lawful operations of government. This is the definition of serious threat to national security.
Activities that, which paragraph? Which number? X refers to any activity resulting...
Section 3, subsection X, and under subsection X, subsection 3.
Materially impair the lawful operations of government. Okay. So actually the bill does not give a new definition of national security. And we must remember that section X, section 3, paragraph X, refers to national security. So the bill did not invent a new definition of national security. Rather, the term should be understood consistently with the existing framework of the Philippine government, particularly the policies and assessments of the National Security Council, the Office of the National Security Advisor, and the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, which are the government's principal bodies tasked with national security matters. So, under Philippine practice, national security is, of course, broader than military defense. The National Security Council itself integrates domestic, foreign, military, political, economic, social, and educational concerns affecting the security of the state. So, to answer your question, in the national security policy framework, national security generally encompasses protection of Philippine sovereignty and territorial integrity, protection of democratic institutions and constitutional order, protection of public safety and social stability, protection of critical infrastructure and essential services, and protection of the people from threats that may seriously endanger the nation, which can be subsumed to the phrase refers to any activity resulting in or creating a clear and present danger that compromise, or that materially impair the lawful operations of government.
To clarify, Madam Speaker, the question posed by this representation, yung tanong po natin ay, ano po yung kino-contemplate ng lawful operations of government? Dahil malawak po basically government is the entirety of the machinery of the state. Operations is any form of paggana ng gobyerno, and lawful is, well, we assume, kung ano yung nakalagay man sa constitution or kung ano mga rules. So, which is to say po ba na lahat ng operations po ng government, lawful, this is included in the definition?
Yes.
Okay. We ask this because, for example, meron pong protesta. There's a mass protest that disrupts traffic near a government office. Hindi makapasok yung ilang mga empleyado dito. Or a digital campaign calling for the resignation of a public official. Can these be construed by authorities as impairing operations and thus a national security threat under this law?
It will only become a national security threat if those things were done through unlawful acts involving violence, sabotage, or fraud. And that is clear in Section 3, paragraph X, subsection 3.
So, can the representation provide paano po ba ino-operationalize yung fraud? So, kung may disruption, and there is use of fraud, paano po to nakikita?
There are many kinds of fraud. So I would say that all kinds of fraud employed to materially impair the lawful operations of government shall be considered serious threat to national security.
So for example, dun po sa isang na-mention na there's calling for the resignation of a public official dahil may allegations of corruption na hinaharap tong public official. The public official says, no, that's fraudulent. Hindi po totoo yan. Does that count, therefore, na yung basis for a campaign is fraudulent and therefore under na po siya ng national security threat under this law?
I'm sorry, can you paraphrase the question?
Nagbigay po si representation ng anong pwedeng saklaw ng fraud. So ang isang example, counter-example, or to extend the example, kanina nagbigay tayo ng possible scenario na pwedeng pumasok sa impairing the lawful operations of government. So what if po may campaign calling for the resignation of a public official? No, for example, sa harap ng isang government office, hindi makapasok si official sa office kasi may nagko-call for resignation sa harap ng office.
So you mean
Tapos
that
later po, sinabi niya, no, that's fraudulent. Those claims na I'm part of a scheme of corruption, that's fraudulent, that's wrong. So therefore, pasok na po ba siya as a national security threat under this law?
no, because the impairment of the lawful operations of government, which the protesters were doing, were not done through unlawful acts involving violence, sabotage, or fraud. They were just protesting.
Which is why this representation was asking, paano po na conceptualize yung unlawful acts, for example, involving violence, sabotage, or fraud?
If you materially impair the lawful operations of government through such acts, like I said, involving violence, sabotage, or fraud, then it is only then that it becomes national security threat, which of course must first result in a clear and present danger.
So extending the example again, ito po kasi ang realidad na laging sinasabi sa protesters, wala kayong permit, that's unlawful. Sasabihin ng official, fraudulent yung basis ng claim. Hindi totoo na kasama ako sa corruption scheme. Pasok na po ba siya sa definition? I ask these questions, Madam Chair, good sponsor, because the interpretation of this question, or this definition rather, can be open to abuse, can be dangerously broad, and can have the effect of criminalizing protest.
Okay, I understand your question. But we must first go back to the fundamentals of this law, of this bill. It only criminalizes acts when three elements are present. First, the conduct itself. Secondly, if there is falsehood, or you know that what you are doing is false, or you act with a reckless disregard for truth. And thirdly, you must have the verifiable, you must do something that will result in verifiable public harm or a serious threat to national security. So, for example, what you said does not fall under my example, so there is no criminal liability, because all those three elements must be present in order for there to be criminal liability.
So my next question, follow-up, that I understand that's under Section 4A, perhaps, one of the prohibited acts. Dahil po, sa dulo, sinabi may serious threat to national security, and ang kina-question po natin is yung parameters ng definition ng serious threat to national security. Opening, therefore, no, potential for abuse. But engaging with the question, no, kung may element of falsity or reckless disregard, and as the representation pointed out, kung wala, hindi naman penalized, then it's safe. What then can say, or how can it be proven when one doesn't act with either intent or with reckless disregard for its truth? Madam Speaker, good sponsor.
Again, there must be a specific intent to cause verifiable public harm or serious threat to national security. And when we say verifiable public harm or serious threat to national security, one of the key qualifiers for this is that the harm must be material, concrete, and objectively demonstrable, and not mere offense or reputational injury. And we must also remember that the courts will determine when this specific intent is present or not. And the evidence required for such a determination is proof beyond reasonable doubt. So I would say that the bar, in order for criminal liability to attach, is very high.
To repeat po, no, sino po nagsasabi at sino makakapagsabi na may reckless disregard for its truth? Sino po ang magtatatak po nun? Madam Speaker, good sponsor.
Reckless disregard for truth is defined in our definition of terms in Section 3. Letter U, Section 3. Reckless disregard for truth refers to publication despite serious doubts as to the truthfulness of the information or deliberate avoidance of readily available facts indicating probable falsity. It does not include mere negligence, mistake, poor judgment, failure to investigate fully, reliance on a source later proven incorrect, or good faith interpretation of incomplete or conflicting information. And let us also remember that the courts will determine whether this exists or not. So we still go back to the courts in the exercise or following due process. And again, the prosecution has the burden of proving the existence of such reckless disregard for truth.
Ano po therefore yung role ng defined also in this bill, vetted researchers or vetted researchers that would be accredited by the NPC or the DICT?
These are accountability platforms. Ano? So if we go to Chapter 4 on platform obligations under Section 6, these are one of the obligations of a platform. And it is also one of the transparency mechanisms mandated by the bill.
Okay, is that it? Okay. So yes, kasama din po siya, pero this is separate, no, na discussion sa kung ano yung pwedeng gawin ng platforms. My next question po, actually, would be about yung role ng fact-checking organizations and researchers as per Section 3K and even Section 7E. Sino pong mag-accredit ng fact-checking organizations and researchers? And what criteria will ensure their independence and or even non-partisanship that would prevent the DICT from accrediting only organizations friendly to their interpretations while excluding critical or even investigative media?
I understand the question. Your concern is that these fact checkers might be biased. Is that it?
Yes. Madam Speaker, good sponsor.
So under Section 7, letter I, one of the obligations of the VLP-PH or those platforms is to engage with independent third-party fact-checking organizations in providing context, labeling, or verification, and with academic, professional, and civil society organizations to promote media and information literacy. So it would be safe to say that the platforms themselves will be the ones to engage with independent third-party fact-checking organizations.
How is the functions of fact-checking organizations different po sa vetted researchers under 7E? On system risks versus yung ginagawa po ng fact-checking organizations.
Thank you, distinguished colleague. Let me try to address your question. The reference to vetted researchers earlier refers to, and the reason they need to be accredited is because of the security and privacy issues. Because you're giving these researchers access to the system of these platforms. So that is a difference. But these vetted researchers, they're not looking at the content. Unlike fact checkers, whose responsibility and business is really to check the facts. Based on the committee meetings we've had, the platforms have, at least the ones that have appeared in the committee meetings, actually work with fact checkers, like Verifiles, Fact Check Philippines, to make sure that they, as best they could, that they're only publishing truthful information. So yun po difference. Yung sa fact checkers, they look at content. The vetted researchers, they look at the system risks.
Okay, I understand. So, ang researchers, systems, ang fact-checking organizations, content.
Correct.
Okay. But the same question would apply. Ano po ang criteria to ensure the independence and non-partisanship of these systems? As we know, in current algorithm setups, for example, ng Facebook, ang nakikita natin when you start going down the rabbit hole of this information, it goes on and on hanggang malagay ka sa bubble, hindi ka makawala. So the point is, syempre, to introduce mechanisms that would, at the end of the day, break you from that bubble of disinformation. But as understood as well by the representation that discussed this answer preliminary earlier, there could still be bias. Kung paano man gawin yung system na yan, kung paano man gawin yung algorithm na yan, yung system na yan, towards narratives that are essentially friendly to what the government wants. And at the end of the day, despite the clamor that we essentially put our 100% trust in government, we saw, for example, in the previous regime, ginamit ang mga communication systems ng gobyerno to forward their own version of the narrative. Now, no, there is no war against drugs that targets the poor. There is instead those that target users, etc., etc. And now, we have that narrative leading to accountability in the International Criminal Court. So ano po ang criteria na gagamitin bilang basehan ng mga vetted researchers at kung anumang systems na bubuuin nila, it will be fair, impartial, at hindi po magfa-favor at the end of the day certain narratives that will, and we see this already in existing algorithms, burying critical voices that are in opposition to government policies that are affecting marginalized sectors.
Okay. We'll first have the semblance of independence and integrity. So if you look at the definition of vetted researchers, they refer to academics, journalists, civil society organizations, accredited by DICT or the NPC for reasons I stated earlier, because you're dealing with highly sensitive information and also system security. So in terms of the criteria on how they should be selected, I mean, that could be fleshed out in the IRR.
Okay. So I have to maybe emphasize here in the fact-checking organizations, the word third party, which we appreciate, but is not present in the definition of the vetted researchers. Because at the end of the day, what we want, impartiality, in whatever systems, in whatever content, na kung paano po siya i-review ng kung ano mang masiset up through this bill, na hindi po critical only of a particular narrative forwarded by government and excluding counter narratives that could be providing truths that what we don't want ay macriminalize because it threatens a version of narrative that is forwarded by government. And the reason that this representation says this, because for the longest time, ito yung matagal nating hinaing when it comes to legislation addressing fake news. Aside from yung criticality natin sa framework na may pagkiling sa penalizing, we are also very careful that there could be a quote-unquote state-approved truth registry, which is a direct threat to a free press. Sa punot dulo po nito, yung third-party na words found in the fact-checking organizations is not found in the vetted researchers. Madam Speaker, good sponsor.
I would gladly accept an amendment to address your concerns. If the concern is you want it to be third party or you want it to be independent, or any other criteria that would reassure you about the independence and of these vetted researchers, I would gladly take your amendments.
Thank you
Distinguished
for
colleague.
the opening, Madam Speaker. Good sponsor. My next question would also revolve around still platform obligations under Section 7. Meron po dito 7F. No?
Anong page po?
This is page 9. Kung saan nakalagay po dito that VLPPHs designated should also designate a liaison officer to the DICT who shall serve as an official point of contact to, among many, yung number 2 po, coordination on takedown or moderation requests involving malicious disinformation that threatens national security or public order. Madam Speaker, good sponsor, can you walk us through paano na-conceptualize itong particular duty ng supposed liaison officer to the DICT? So, kung meron pong gustong ipa-take down, kasi siguro pa-discuss po, idadaan through this liaison officer?
The platform would have a liaison officer to the DICT. Okay, and one of the functions of the liaison officer's coordination on takedown or moderation requests involving malicious disinformation that threatens national security or public order. First, the takedown order or any moderation request is not binding and compulsory. You cannot, in the same way that any private individual, just making an analogy, could request a platform to take down harmful, embarrassing content, perhaps. You know, the government agencies who are, you know, are free to do so as well. If they spot that there is a false information that is being amplified in the digital world, so they could request the platforms to take it down. I wish to point out as well that this is also the practice from the committee meetings we've had, where, for example, verifiers will request Meta to take down certain posts because they peddle false information. And the Meta has not given verifiers a hard time, at least from their testimony. They are reasonable enough and to recognize whether in fact a post is false or not. So they have taken out in most cases, I want to say, that they have complied.
And to clarify, Madam Speaker, in the anecdote shared by the representation, the one making the request is verifiers.
Yes.
But as provided in this bill, who will be making that request? Because this is a liaison officer to the DICT. So tama po ba na DICT ang magme-make ng request?
Yes. It doesn't have to be at the instance of the DICT. It could be a person, entity that reports the matter to the DICT, and that the DICT would coordinate with the platform concerning the takedown or moderation requests.
Madam Speaker, good sponsor, because malaki po ang difference kung ang gagawa ng request ay third-party fact-checking organization na may mahabang reputation na kayang gawin ito versus a government agency. No, it harkens back to the original point of contention or criticism ng representation na to and with other civil society organizations sa regime framework of addressing fake news. Kung papasok na yung gobyerno sa pag-determine kung sino ang kung sino nagsasabi ng totoo, ano ang totoo, dun po natin nakikita na may potential for abuse. So okay, ang na-mention po, hindi naman DICT, could be, this is just saying na at least may daloy. But,
yes, yeah, but distinguished colleague, I just wish to point out as well, the reason why DICT is also here is that it is the relevant agency. So in terms of making sure that the platform is performing the obligations that it is mandated to do, the overseer is DICT. So it makes sense for have a liaison officer to make sure that they're doing their jobs. So if you are the public, you're a member of the public, and you feel that there is something there is a false information that has gained virality, right? Nothing stops you from going to DICT, and DICT can discuss with the platforms these the posts that you are complaining about. What I'm saying is that we are not limiting the options of society. You know, fact checkers can coordinate directly with Meta, but the DICT, as overseer, also has a liaison to these platforms.
And there is a difference, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, in the language when you say coordination on requests versus oversight on requests. So I understand in the discussion of the representation, may oversight function ang DICT bilang ito ang responsible agency for essentially technology or social media, so to speak, broadly. But when we say coordination, and sa binigay pong example ni representation, may gustong mag-take down request, pwedeng i-report sa DICT. DICT essentially communicates this request or assists in the communication of this request to the social media platforms or the very large platforms. At the end of the day, may stamp po ng government. Anyway, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, the point is, I think, kung ang gustong punto ay hindi naman pong gobyerno ang gagawa ng request, there should be, well, at least a framework, dahil po dito sa batas as it stands, there's penalties, there's prohibited acts and then penalties. And then there is digital platform accountability. The role of DICT in all this is not fleshed out. No? Kung tignan natin, paano ba mag-assist or even paano mag-fit into the picture and framework yung gagawin ng DICT. And again, yung flagging din yung language, there's a difference between coordination versus oversight. I have one last question, Madam Speaker, good sponsor. Or with the good representation. Okay po. The last question just refers to penalties. So to clarify, the most severe would be imprisonment. Is this correct?
Correct.
And imprisonment, 6 to 12 years.
That's right. It's on Section 9.
Okay. Paano po gina-justify yung penalties na to? That could be harsher for libel or even some forms of corruption.
So is the view of my distinguished colleague that these are disproportionate?
Yes. Are these not exceptionally severe or on par with penalties for serious violent crimes?
Well, one justification is that this one, it affects the broad public because it's of the virality of the false information, the sophisticated methods that are used to amplify this, and precisely because it impacts, that it causes verifiable public harm or seriously threatens national security. And this is consistent with, if you look at the revised penal code, any crimes involving or affecting national security or public order are punished more severely than others.
Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, what we're coming from as well is also the history of prosecution against political expression that is even nasa saklaw at sinasabing either falling under quote-unquote terrorist activity or quote-unquote terrorist financing when what is done and ang later ma-verify because dumaan sa mahabang proseso ng court cases and then later to be acquitted is chilling effect. Yun naman po at the end of the day yung concern ng representation na to. Saying that yes, these safeguards are provided in law. But if these definitions in its broadness can be abused and will be used as jumping points for prosecution, pwedeng sabihin at the end of the day, we can pursue it to its natural end. At ang dulo nito, acquittal. Pero titignan natin, and this representation is also putting forth on record yung naging kasaysayan ng the government to prosecute against these kinds of cases wherein valid political expression is seen as quote-unquote destabilizing, as quote-unquote inciting to sedition, na ang dulo, hindi lang hassle, pero loss of capital, even loss of rights and freedoms. So, the question, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, is does this not create a chilling effect? Does this not, broaden yung possible chilling effect that's already present in our current system and order?
I believe that this will not create a chilling effect because the courts will not issue an arrest warrant without probable cause. And of course, there must be a reasonable certainty of conviction. Again, the bill requires intent. The bill does not punish falsehood alone. It requires the convergence of three independent elements. First, actual knowledge of falsity or reckless disregard for truth, specific intent to cause harm, and of course, a demonstrable nexus to verifiable public harm or national security threat. So there can be no chilling effect because any speaker who publishes in good faith, even erroneously, falls entirely outside the Act's reach. Rational speakers have no reason to self-censor protected speech because the statute's reach does not extend to negligent, mistaken, or good faith expression. And we can see that expressly provided for in Section 5 of this bill. Again, arrests before conviction is valid under the Constitution, provided it is made pursuant to a warrant of arrest issued by the court upon determination of probable cause.
Madam Speaker, good sponsor, well, this representation appreciates the enumeration of elements, but at the end of the day, still puts to question the gray area ng pag-decide ng what is intent, because there has been history of what is supposedly good faith, but still, sa interpretation, sa paglay down ng facts, kinukulayan ng intent to destabilize, intent to threaten national security, na at the end of the day, kung dulo naman po sa court proceedings, na-acquit. If this bill passes, the fear of this representation is that will not, perhaps that will be a whole that will be not as easy to transcend. So sa punot dulo naman, this representation holds that view, appreciates the time dedicated by the good sponsors in defending this bill, and for now, I have no further questions, Madam Speaker, good sponsor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My last response to that is that the premise that government cannot be trusted to implement its own laws is a premise that swallows every statute ever passed. And it is not an argument against this bill, but an argument against governance itself. This act was not written on the assumption of a perfect government. It was written with courts, with the Commission on Human Rights, a mandatory minority block, and a 2-year sunset review precisely because the authors understood that institutions must be held accountable and we built those mechanisms in.
Majority Leader.
I move to suspend.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Madam
Majority
Speaker, may we recognize the Honorable Congressman Antonio Tino, ACT Teachers Party List, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Antonio Tino from ACT Teachers Party List is recognized for his interpellation.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. To the sponsor, ilang mga katanungan po sana kung mamarapatin.
Ilang taon po? Ay, ilang tanong po?
Tanong? Konti lang. Nako, baka false information yun, ha? Joke lang. Okay. Alright, so, of course, ang title po ng bill ay, sa title pa lang ng bill, medyo, sabi ko nga, kay Congressman Roman at kay Congresswoman Agay. Yung nagkikita kami sa lounge. Tungkol dito ay parang medyo tumaas ng ating antena dun sa title. Okay, kasi an act prohibiting the deliberate dissemination of false information that poses verifiable public harm or serious threat to national security, establishing digital platform accountability and transparency mechanisms, and promoting media and digital literacy. Okay. Well, bakit po naman ako naman nasabi 'yon? Dahil of course, alam natin problema ang false information. No, pero alam din natin na may matagal na merong matinding debate sa ating lipunan, sa publiko, kung paano haharapin ito. Di ba? Gayong ginagarantiyan ng ating konstitusyon ang freedom of expression, no? At matagal ng prinsipyo na ang pangkontra sa mga expression na maaaring disinformation will be free expression as well, diba? Rather than the suppression of the right to free expression. Okay. So yun yung general principle na pinangahawakan natin. At lalo pa at pinatatampok nga rito, again, are these very broad justifications, no? Sabi, prohibiting certain types of expression that poses verifiable public harm. So dalawa, verifiable public harm and serious threat to national security. No? So kaya kailangan po nating unawain kung paano po ba dinidefine yung verifiable public harm at saka yung serious threat to national security. I know tinalakay din ni at nagtanong din po si Congresswoman Ko tungkol dito, pero may ilan din po tayong katanungan kaugnay doon. No? So, well, una muna, napansin po natin na kahit sa definition of terms sa Chapter 2 ng panukalang batas, una po, meron pong ginagamit ditong term at dinidefine na term na disinformation. That's letter I of the definition of terms. So disinformation refers to false or misleading factual information deliberately created, materially altered or disseminated with knowledge of falsity or reckless disregard for truth and with intent to cause serious public harm. Sa kabilang banda, letter M, false information refers to any information that is fabricated, manipulated, or presented as fact, intending to mislead the public. Okay. At sa title po, ang ginagamit false information. So, pwede po bang mapaliwanag ng sponsor kung bakit may dalawang termino na ginagamit, even though sa title, isa lang, false information, at ano ang intent sa pag-iba ng mga terminong ito? Bakit merong false information, may disinformation?
The question is very precise, which also requires a precise answer. So this information refers to false or misleading factual information. So this information basically revolves around facts, whereas false information mostly means information that is fabricated, manipulated, or presented as fact, as compared to disinformation, which takes this factual information and twists it. That's the difference.
Thank you. Let me digest. Let me absorb that explanation. Pero ngayon pa lang po kasi, halimbawa, sabi sa definition ng disinformation refers to false or misleading factual information. Okay, so, well, pag sinabing factual information, what is actually intended here? Kasi ang intindi ko ng factual information, that is a fact. However, there is a modifier here, false. So we're talking about false fact. Hindi ba oxymoron ito? Yun po, pwede po bang mailinaw?
When we say facts, as we use it in Section 3I, it refers to fact as distinguished from opinion.
Okay.
So, let's say the fact that I was born on the month of X, on the year 1983, so that is a fact. And if you twist that, if you deliberately create or alter it, then it becomes disinformation. So that is an example of a fact, as compared to false information, which refers to any information that is fabricated, manipulated, or presented as fact. So again, we go back to my earlier explanation that disinformation deals mostly with factual information, whereas false information refers to any information.
Well, okay. But okay, if that may be the intent, I'm struggling to reconcile it with the text. No? Kasi, again, when we say factual, when we say fact, no, I'm using it as a layman, di ba? I know the sponsor is a lawyer, at saka yung iba pang mga sponsor dyan, lawyer. In layman's understanding, pag sinabi mong fact, totoo. Tama po ba? Di ba?
Yes.
Oo. Totoo yun. Fact.
There is another usage of the word fact.
Oh, yun nga, baka meron ba kayong ibang ibig sabihin dito na hindi yung layman's understanding of the word fact?
I think
Can a
that-
fact be false?
No.
No.
A fact
Then,
cannot be false.
okay. Then why is the wording here refers to false or misleading factual information?
That is why it becomes disinformation when it becomes false. So I think what you're conflating fact as in all the gamut of knowable fact as to the very specific manner in which this word is used in this bill.
Okay. Anyway, so yun po. Okay, I am flagging this for the attention of the sponsor. Napakahalaga po nung definition na pinag-uusapan natin, no? And yet reading the text on the page, no? Pasensya na po kayo, my background is not law, but it is literature, literary po. Kaya sanay din po tayo sa paghihimay sa teksto, no? Okay, kaya nga po may concern ako regarding this definition, false or misleading factual information. And then misleading factual information. Okay, so in other words, the information may be true in itself. But then, pag sinabing misleading factual information, misleading, how is that determined? Parang, when does a fact become misleading? Parang ganon. In other words, Madam Speaker, ang punto po natin dito ay we want, of course, conceptual clarity, no? When defining something so consequential to the right to free expression. Diba? So, kaya gusto po nating mailinaw ano yung ibig sabihin nitong phrase na to. This is the key phrase. False or misleading factual information. But okay. Well, again, it says deliberately created. So pag created, parang manufactured. So, yun ang intindi ko. Manufactured. So hindi talaga fact. It was created, materially altered. However, I have a problem then with disseminated. So that simply means, it's just a fact that was disseminated. Parang ganon. Okay. So, yun po yung nire-raise ko lang po na maaring kahit sa interpretasyon pa lang ng definition of terms ay magka-problema na. Po. But then, if I may continue, kung ang ibig sabihin ng disinformation are actually fabricated facts or something, a piece of text or information that is presented as fact when it is not. Parang ganon. But then, that collapses to the definition of false information, which is any information that is fabricated, manipulated, or presented as fact. Ito mas malinaw po ito eh.
Okay.
false information.
Okay.
Okay.
False information refers, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleague, to the information itself. It's either fabrication, meaning it's a lie, it's manipulated, therefore it has been altered. Two, to be credible, so that it's believable. And because it's believable, it has a tendency to mislead the public.
Okay.
This information presupposes an evil. It's malice. It presupposes an intent. That's why in the definition of this information, it says force on misleading. If you're not comfortable with the word factual, because it seems to be inconsistent with misleading or false, we're amenable to deleting factual information there, just for clarity. Because you could say false information or misleading information. But it says deliberately created, materially altered, disseminated with knowledge of falsity or reckless disregard for the truth. So introduces the element of specific intent.
Okay.
And that's why it is a malicious activity and malicious conduct, and that's what this information is. False information is just looking at the information.
Okay.
Is it false or not?
Okay, that's a clear. That's a. I believe I can
also
understand the intent there. However, false information also has the element of intent, intending to mislead the public. So, ngayon, ang diferensya na lang po is in disinformation with intent to cause serious public harm. So, to me then, parang the difference is simply, well, false information, very general, intent to mislead. Pero yung disinformation with intent to cause serious public harm. Ganun po ba yun?
I see the point of my distinguished colleague. Actually, we will introduce. Will it satisfy or address your concern if we define false information as follows? False information refers to any information that is demonstrably false and presented as fact.
Okay, so in terms of clarity, for the record, Madam Speaker, I oppose the bill, and the interpellation is not intended to improve upon it, no, but rather to show the inherent difficulty, and if not danger, in making such definitions and distinctions, which, as I said earlier, will have serious implications on the right to free speech, no?
Congressman Tino, as always, raises very good questions.
Okay, thank you po. Okay, so yun po yung gusto nating ilinaw. Bakit po pinag-iba? No, so ngayon ang sinasabi na batay sa paglinaw, basta yung false information is false information in general. Yung disinformation may intent. Okay.
Yes.
May false information na may intent.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Although wala yan sa text, ha? Oh, yun po, oh, di ba? Wala pa yan sa text as is. Now, actually, I'm not sure how to go about this. Kasi yung sa definition of terms, may mga gusto tayong questionin din, but maybe I don't know if we should refer. Let's sige, mamaya na lang. Let's go through the definition of terms. Okay, so yun po yung dalawang concern na ni-raise natin regarding definition. Okay. Now, of course, notice and okay. Well, reckless disregard for truth is an important phrase here. Okay. Claro. Then, let's now go to serious threat to national security. Okay. One of the key elements in the crimes that are to be prohibited here, di ba? kailangan merong serious threat to national security. However, the concern here is that serious threat to national security is now greatly and alarmingly expanded to cover areas that traditionally are not covered by, by national security. Okay, what do I mean? So in the definition here, letter X, page 5, serious threat to national security refers to any activity resulting in or creating a clear and present danger that one compromises, grammar, military operations.
Yes, thank you for pointing out the grammatical error.
Okay, naging English teacher din po ako. Okay. Sorry. Compromise military operations, intelligence activities, or classified defense information. So yan po, yung traditional na covered ng national security. Ngayon, itong interfere with the conduct of free and fair elections, such as disseminating false announcements, publishing fake COMELEC advisories, etc., in the interest of time. Hindi ko na po babasahin lahat. Letters I to Roman numeral 1 to 5, including creating fake COMELEC websites, social media accounts, or official notices. Okay. Traditionally, hindi po ito kasama sa national security, hindi po ba?
Is my distinguished colleague first, just for clarity, because I can answer that in two ways.
Okay.
Here, it's defined, this is a statutory definition.
Okay.
So as a statutory definition, we define it to include interfering with the conduct of free and fair elections. So that when we use the word serious threat to national security, then it will imply, where appropriate, right, depending on the circumstances, interference with the conduct of free and fair elections. So it's a statutory definition.
Okay.
Now, national security in the traditional sense, when you consider the conduct of elections as government operations and the false information that is disseminated and amplified interferes with the operations of government, then I believe that impacts national security.
Of course, but more directly, you could say it impacts the expression of the sovereign will of the people through elections.
In particular, it will impact COMELEC, which is a government agency.
Yes, pero, I mean, why must the sponsor of the bill, why must the authors subsume the conduct of free and fair elections under the rubric of national security? Kailangan ba yun?
Because it's
pwede namang sabihin national security, conduct of free and fair elections, and so on, di ba?
Perhaps in reaction to in the last elections where there was a partnership between the platforms and social media, the platforms and COMELEC, no? And there were efforts detected intended to disrupt the free and fair conduct of the elections. So, it's to be relevant in light of recent history, perhaps, but also, as I mentioned earlier, this is a statutory definition. We are not saying that this is the gold standard definition of national security.
All right.
As used in this statute, right, or as used in this bill, this is what national security means.
Yes, but ang concern nga natin, Madam Speaker, is that ang pinanggagalingan natin, I mean, civilian supremacy over the military. And when we invoke national security, traditionally that also brings into play the military. No? Kaya yun po ang concern natin. As much as possible, that normalizes militarization of the conduct of elections. Ibig sabihin, pwedeng mag-intervene ang military kapag, let's say, the executive determines or chooses to invoke this law, let us say, if this becomes law. Yun po ang problema natin. The tendency here is to militarize and to normalize the intervention of the military in the conduct of elections, no? Na hindi dapat, di ba? Parang sa totoo lang, for law enforcement, ang norm kahit sa ating konstitusyon, it's supposed to be done by the police, not the military. The military is only called in by the president in times of national emergency to enforce the law, to help enforce the law. Diba ganon? Kaya nga yun yung calling out power. Kaya lang para sa atin, naging normal na law enforcement will be done by the police but also by the military. No? I don't know if resulta yan ng martial law experience natin at hindi pa rin talaga nawawasto at nawawaksi sa ating gobyerno. Anyway, yun po yung concern ko doon. But let me move to number 4, serious threat to national security now also refers to, para sa akin, ito parang catch-all. Any activity that incites or facilitates violence, sabotage, or armed hostility. Ito napaka-broad na po nito. Incites or facilitates violence. Of course, ayaw natin ng violence, di ba? Pero, violence can be personal level. Violence of one person against another, di ba? National security na ba yun?
No.
No. Pero, dito,
not really, because you have to read it in context as prefaced, no? Because the serious threat of national security refers to, first, by the fact that you're using national security, meaning the security of the state is threatened, right? The security of the threat is threatened. That's why, if you read it as a whole, there are references to the operations of government. There's military operations, intelligence activities, classified defense, right? And also, the conduct of free and fair elections is a function of government. And then it references in general lawful operations of government. And so the inciting or facilitating violence, sabotage, or armed hostility has to be directed at government.
To remove all ambiguity, di ba? Sabi nga, ikaw parang ano nang tawag dyan, yung tawag nyo dyan? Construction or
statutory construction.
Statutory construction. You're resorting to that now. Gawin na nating explicit. Tama?
Ano po? Pakiulit po.
Hindi, ibig sabihin, incite or facilitate violence against the state or something like that.
Yes.
Parang gano'n. Kasi pag incite, facilitate violence, that could refer to, I threatened my neighbor. Something like that. Diba?
It's better to be more precise, distinguished colleague.
Okay. All right. So yun po ang concern natin na baka maging overly broad, no? Yung definition lalo na under national security. Okay. Sabotage or armed hostility. But again, having said that, and we will go, sige, isa na yun. Siguro pwede ako tumuloy dun sa verifiable public harm. Okay. refers to material, concrete, and objectively demonstrable injury to public health and public safety.
Anong section po yun?
Sorry. Letter Z of page 5. Okay. Verifiable public harm? Okay po.
Yep.
Refers to material, concrete, and objectively demonstrable injury to public health and public safety and not based on mere offense, confusion, speculation, political disagreements, or reputational injury. Verifiable public harms may include the following. Imminent and demonstrable risk to life, health, or physical safety, including interference with emergency response, disaster warnings, or public health measures. Substantial and measurable economic harm, including large-scale fraud, financial or market manipulation, and obstruction of critical public services or infrastructure, including elections. Elections na naman. Emergency systems, utilities, or essential government functions. So, una, conceptually, pinag-iba po yung serious threat to national security sa verifiable public harm because yung serious threat to national security refers to the security of the state and interference with the functioning of government. Parang ganon, ano? Tama po ba? Samantala, yung verifiable public harm, this now refers to the threats to the public.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So, yung isa sa gobyerno, state, this one, to general public. Okay. Now, a similar discussion or debate was raised regarding, for example, the anti-terror law. Parang may ganito rin eh. Yung halimbawa, substantial and measurable economic harm. Again, the concern here is that this could be used, if passed, this could be used against, for example, the right to strike. Yung magwewelga ang mga manggagawa. Sabihin, and then sabihin na, well, you're spreading disinformation against the company na inaapi namin kayo. You're causing substantial economic harm. Parang ganon. Yun po yung concern. The danger to the exercise of, for example, the right to strike. Or for example, number 3, obstruction of critical public services or infrastructure, including elections, emergency systems, utilities, or essential government functions. Utilities, for example, transport strike. Paano po ba? O baka sabihin, nako, disinformation yung sinasabi nyo about the profiteering of oil companies. No? Nagwelga kayo. O, hindi po ba pwedeng magamit? Yun po yung concern natin dito. Paano po yun?
Well, if it affects public transportation, right, adversely, to the detriment of commuters and passengers, and that is done by peddling false information online, digitally, I would think that would fall under verifiable public harm.
Okay. Okay. I am just raising this concern that has been raised before, no? And it's standing. It's a standing concern na nakikita po natin na pwedeng-pwede gamitin ito. Kung noon ang ginagamit, hanggang ngayon, ginagamit pa rin, inciting to sedition. Now,